Jean Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Durden and Macy, had raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, John eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Derlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Gwel, and spent years traveling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
Ingwe grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share and to tell the story of the world.
back online on the internets.
On the
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Monsters and Mayhem. And today, we only have one announcement as usual. Join our Discord because why not? It's such a cool place to hang out. And tomorrow night, we might be playing some Fall Guys with our amazing Discord family, I guess you call it.
Yes, it's official. Every Tuesday night is community games night. And
Yes.
we're gonna be implementing, hopefully we haven't figured out the details yet, but we're gonna be hopefully implementing like a leaderboard system for people that come on games nights and giving out prizes for people that like hit top of the leaderboards and things like that.
Yes.
So that'll be really fun. So we'll be implementing that soon. Yeah.
And me and Laura have tested Fall Guys. It's a shit game.
I'm really bad at it.
We didn't win any crowns yet, but I'm hoping that someone can come and help us with that part because we need someone to pull our team up.
Yes.
Currently have -2, I think, points. Anyway, join the Discord. It's an amazing place, an amazing community. Have lots of fun in there. We talk about food, dogs, cats, beavers, whatever, as long as it is relevant, I guess. I don't know what to say. Yep.
I'm relevant.
You can talk about Naruto all you want.
Yep.
There is a devoted channel. It's called a general chat. Just Naruto.
Yeah, as long as it's neutral to positive.
Yes. I mean, yeah. Question mark. Yeah. Well,
I'm here to talk about Naruto. Damn that guy's shit. Hey. None of that.
If you feel like that, you can always come to our Discord and say that once and be kicked. At least it will count towards our
I have the power.
I'm literally going to go say it right now.
Oh, there's gonna be nothing else than that in the chat all night. Anyway, yeah, thank you for dropping in. Today we're gonna be playing some Dungeons and Dragons as usual on Mondays. My name is Tom. I'm the producer and dungeon master of Monsters and Mayhem. This is my amazing crew. And if you have more dice than socks, you come to the right place. They used odd socks before. I haven't used socks. There we go. There we go. We were prepared. We were in line.
We got
That was totally.
That was totally prepped for.
Socks
have
are matching. My socks are matching tonight.
Sock
I
props.
can't even do odd socks.
I'm not wearing socks. I'm
My
wearing
socks are
flip
matching
flops.
too. I stole Phil's because my feet were freezing.
Yeah, that's kind of cold at the moment, but
I don't think I'll ever have more dice than socks. It's impossible. I got given a bag of something like 100 pairs of socks.
Yeah.
well, how many
My
set of
washing
dice do you
machine
have?
has.
Yeah, not even close to that.
But there's seven.
think
There's
my
7
washing machine
dice
wins with the sock
in each
count.
set, though.
I know what I'm getting Shurok now for just more socks.
Socks.
More socks.
Socks?
Dice socks. Dice socks.
Oh yeah.
Interesting. Maybe that could be a thing we can put on our marketing plan.
And the first prize for games night.
Yes,
Socks.
100 socks.
Unwashed rock socks.
Yeah.
I fucking kill him on eBay.
Anyway, last week you went on a small journey, so to speak. Your lovely characters went on a journey from Sean's home. You avoided most of the bear traps and wolf traps and such with the help of your young son Derlin. You ended up traveling to Loch Seagull, where you met a number of individuals, some more notable than others. And one of them was obviously Crumrick Borhat, one of Sean's very old friends. You had a very short conversation with them, and you had some dinner and just catching up a little bit. And you met a Klecky, individual goblin who liked to drink out of shoes, which is apparently a thing that you can do there. It's very popular, but not quite as popular as the band. The Sons of Flymph, seemingly a hover bike gang / band, had gotten quite a lot of attention from some of their stories. Some of them being a little bit too familiar. Seemingly, Tam had sold some of your stories to someone else, who had then created a little bit of fortune and apparently a record deal in the making. Not quite to your liking necessarily. They were trying to bridge the situation slightly by giving you some free beers and apologizing for their manager. It might not have gone over so well, but eventually it was time for you to go to bed and eventually leave. Next morning came, and you began your journey back towards Kingsholm on a boat that you had booked passage on with an individual that Celeste seemingly already knew. But after booking passage, Celeste was also giving a full refund from this individual. You started the journey, and not long after, a few, I'd say probably around a few hours in, you passed the island or the city of Ludak, where you noticed a few things. You noticed how well fortified it was with cannons and ballistas and catapult and all that kind of sort of stuff. And a child running around with what looked to be Engway's old cape. Unfortunately, a little bit too far away to do anything about it, but it was pretty clear that that was definitely what was used in the cannons on the airship. And the last thing you saw was an individual seemingly kneeling down in the water, putting their hand on the water and giving you the sign, realizing you saw to shh. And that's pretty much where we left off, as you're passing by the Ludak Island after seeing this display of stealth.
And did we all notice that, to clarify as well?
The people who did notice that was Drekik and Ingwe,
Okay, yeah, sweet.
just because of passive perception.
Yeah. Squirrel.
Yeah, that's fine. You're passing by pretty fast, to be honest, as well. It's not like you can just like jump off. You're in the middle of the ocean as well, so it is just another stop on the way. And your captain doesn't seem to mind. He didn't seem to realize or didn't seem to care. He's on his way. He's doing his job. He is trying to take you to your destination. So for now, is there anything any of you want to do while you're on this little ship?
I think John's just going to do an inventory check as he hasn't done one in a while. So while he's on the boat, he's just taking some time to go over all his gear, make sure everything's all in check, everything's sharp, everything looks good and tidy and ready to go.
But
Yeah?
yeah, everything seems to be in order.
Sweet.
Is there other people on the ship?
No, it's just you and the captain.
And it's not. It's more like a little boat rather than a big.
It's not a very big ship or boat in that sense. Like I would say that there's probably room for maybe 2 or 3 individuals more without being cramped. Also, when you started to have to bed down and sleep, there's not going to be a lot of room.
Yeah. So we're kind of all with each other all the time. It's not like John when he's doing inventory is somewhere else. It's like John's just there.
So it's like if you just imagine a normal dinghy. It's just bigger. There's no
Imagine
below
it's kind of
deck.
like one of those like fishing boats with like one little cupboard section in the middle to like sleep in, and the rest is just like an open.
No, the whole thing's open. And then there's the sails in the middle.
Outside in the weather.
It is outside in the weather.
It's alright, Celeste. You can sleep with Bartix tonight.
I would rather get drenched in the rain, Ingwe, but thank you for the offer.
Up to you. It's nice and warm in there.
Drekik's gonna be hanging off the side of the ship, just staring into the water and looking at the fish.
I don't know. Make a perception check.
Clear, Mr. John?
Sorry?
What do I get for a nat 1?
You you haven't quite gotten adjusted to sitting on a boat yet, so you pull forward and have a little bit of too much motion on it, and then you dip your entire face into the water by accident. It's cold. It's getting
Haven't
cold.
we got water walking?
Water breathing.
Oh, so you would just smack your face into the top.
Hang on. I can't see any fish.
No, not water walking, water breathing. You can like.
Oh yeah, okay.
If you want that to be real cool, just to be like under the water.
Yeah, I stick my head under the water because I can't find any fish, and I'm just looking around under the water.
Yeah, you don't seem to see any fish in this specific scenario. At least there's too many bubbles everywhere because you're like.
Is everything here, Mr. John?
Seems to be. Just like to make sure, go over everything. Yeah, everything looks in order.
So, Celesta, what have you been up to over the last few years? It's been a while since I've seen you.
Not much, really. Just traveling.
Right. Well, I'm glad you're still doing some of that. I stopped that after I got married.
Oh, you got married?
Yeah, I'm not a independent sailor anymore. Wink, wink.
Right. Who's the lucky person?
Oh, her name is Olga. I met her in Loch Sebel.
She's Olga. She's not a kitchen hand by any chance.
Yes.
Fascinating.
Why? Why do you ask?
Oh, we to kind of like look over towards Jean. We I believe we've met her. We recently travelled back on an airship, and
Oh yeah, that's right. Yes, that's funny. Yeah, she's a wonderful woman. She's more woman than anything I've ever seen. Best cook I ever met.
Oh, excuse me. No. Yes, quite the kitchen hand.
Right. Yeah, she is something special. Well, she turned me around a little bit, and I stopped all my independent sailoring, and yeah, I started this business instead with some of the money that I had made in the past.
oh well, that's good for you. Entrepreneurship should be rewarded. Do you get much business sailing back and forth along this route?
Oh, every now and then. There's like 10 other people doing the same thing as me, but we kind of share a little bit of it, and there's a lot of tourists coming this way for the water. I see the fortress and all that stuff.
What's up with the fortressy thing? It seems like an odd village.
Sorry, I think you had a little bit of fish in your mouth there. I couldn't really hear you.
It seems like an odd place to have a village. It looked like really big and had lots of those cool things to like throw rocks. But
yeah, it used to be where the borders were towards the north. It's moved back and forth over years, and it used to be there, so they built a big fortress in the water, make sure that no one could come that way through and cause havoc. All the orcish invasions and the people from Shadowrun and yeah, all that.
Oh, cool.
Tom, just for my reference, how long has it been since I've seen Fred?
I'd say maybe a year before your incident, I think.
Oh, so a while.
Yeah, it's a while back. Like you can recognize him, but he's definitely older.
Is he human?
He's half elf.
Okay. it in my notes.
But he looks very human. Other than that, like sun, like you see, his face has gotten way too much sun over the years, and his beard is just wild. And yeah, doesn't look like he took too good care of himself while he was out in the open waters. But it's also sometimes a little tricky when you're an independent sailor.
Independent sailor.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
oh, sorry.
nope. Always.
So what's life had in store for you over the past couple of years? Other than getting married, have you settled anywhere, or are you still traveling by water?
This is pretty much what I do now. I just travel back and forth, stay in Loch Sebel, and then every now and then my wonderful wife shows up, and then we spend some time together. And yeah, you know, just kind of trying to find a calm base to build on, so to speak. It's not quite the family affair to be on the sea too much.
No, I can imagine. Well, very fortuitous that we ran into each other.
Well, it's always a pleasure meeting old friends from before.
Wasn't sure if you'd recognize me. Took me a second to recognize you.
Well,
Not.
I also changed. I don't think you did.
No. Well, maybe not on the outside.
Well, internal change is better than the external change, I've heard.
Can be. But like now there's bigger fish to fry, so it would seem.
A bigger fish to fry.
There's no fish here. What are you talking about?
Got to find them, Drekik.
Right.
No, there's nothing here.
Well, what are you frying? What are you after?
I'm not quite sure. We've kind of looks around to a group. We all came together rather strangely. Seems to be something greater tying us all together.
Oh.
Sense of purpose and drive. Though to what end that is, I'm not sure yet. I don't think we've quite figured that out. But we're searching for answers.
Right. Well, you make friends in the weirdest ways when you are traveling around. Sometimes, like when we met you, like that was your incident as well, as far as I remember.
Yes, I remember. I remember vividly.
Well, I'm not sure if I can help with any of that, but let me know if you want to share more.
Don't really know how much there is to share. How much of it we actually understand at the root of it. It's all very... Everything's cloaked. Everything's up for interpretation. But ultimately, what we're looking for is a way to, I'm not sure, stop the end of the world.
Well, not quite sure I can help you with that one. Sounds a little bit out of my pay grade.
Trust me, it's above ours as well, but once you get something like this thrown into your lap, it's not like you can toss it aside. Not without feeling at least a little guilty.
Well, just follow your gut.
I don't know if I had such a great track record with that, but trying to listen to it.
Well, sometimes going in the wrong direction just tells you where not to go next time.
Well, exactly. Every path leads somewhere, even if it's somewhere you're not supposed to go.
Yeah, I guess that's how I perceive the world at the moment. But yeah, all right.
What about you? Have you heard anything lately? Any rumors or stories or anything of interest? Ferrying people back and forth all the time, you must hear something.
There was a lot of talk about that eye in the sky that suddenly disappeared.
That
Not
was
quite
us.
sure. That was you.
Well,
Wait.
the removal of it was.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of people who were thinking that it was one thing or another. I I traveled across a few days ago, and apparently there's an art exhibition in Kingshelm with
Oh.
various artists. Someone got taken across simply for that reason. He booked the entire boat. Not sure I heard many rumors per se. Like, I heard there was some kind of plague outbreak somewhere not so far away. What was it? Broken Bridge? Something like that. Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Awful.
Yeah. I heard some other independent sailors shut up Helga's fret. I mean, it's obviously not funny, but it's kind of funny.
Yes, that was an interesting afternoon,
Oh, you were there.
fortunately.
Oh, well,
Seem to have our fingers in a lot of pies lately, and I feel as though rumours that are circulating tend to somehow link back to us in one way or the other.
but well, if you
Can't
need
say that we're
anyone
not leaving our
to,
mark on the world.
well, that's good. But if you need anyone to put out fake rumors, just let me know. I mean, I have a lot of people coming back and forth here, so you can always throw them off if you want.
Yes, or send them in the right direction, I suppose.
Sure.
Whatever we determine that right direction to be. We have a name, actually.
Right, a
for the four of
name.
us.
Wow. What is your name?
VK Incorporated, actually, is what we go by now.
Well, sounds very professional.
That was the aim, even if we are somewhat lacking in the professionalism department. We do want it to at least look good on paper.
Right. Well, I go by Filthy Threads Boat Service.
I shall make any recommendations I can to anyone wanting to travel back and forth.
Well, I'm a little iffy on the Fred part. Maybe I should just leave it out. Filthy Boat Service.
Well, I mean, if that works for you, I mean, it is kind of your brand, so...
I'll think about it. I might expand to Filthy Pancake Boat
Emporium.
Service. Maybe I can serve. I don't know how to... Anyway. Yeah, no, I haven't really heard much other than that art stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't spent too much with actually people who talking back. Most of them are just chilling out, doing their thing.
Well, perhaps while, because we're on our way to Kingshelm now, perhaps while Jean visits with his family, I'm sure he'll want some alone time with them. Perhaps the three of us, Drekik and Ingwe, we can go and have a look at that art exhibition. Could be interesting.
Cool. I think it was in... Fuck, what was it he said? I don't remember where he said it was, sorry. This white tiefling dude. Where did he go? I don't remember where he was going, sorry.
Okay,
But somewhere in
right.
Kingshelm.
We're good at finding things out, aren't we? Sure, we'll figure it out, ask the right questions. Worst comes to
Fair.
worst, we'll wander around for 5 hours until we find it.
Fair enough. Well, let me know if I can do anything.
Likewise.
This kind of goes back to steering the ship.
Sean sort of like was half-assed listening, but also like mumbling to himself, almost going over things. And once things go quiet for a bit, he sort of just turns to Ingwe and he's like, "Ingwe, did you fucking shush me before?"
Oh, you seem upset. Did I get it wrong? I thought there was like a dude on the side, and he greeted me and Drekik like that. I just thought it was like the local greeting custom.
Wait, hold on. There's a lot that just got said in very few words. What do you mean someone just greeted you like that?
I don't know. He noticed us, noticing you. Like in my tribe, it's like when you're like doing something that's just like inconspicuous and stuff, and then someone comes by and notices you noticing them, and you like go like this, right? And
Yeah.
I just thought it felt like that. It felt like he was doing this weird thing with the water, and like casting a spell, and it looked kind of weird. And then he noticed us noticing him, and then he was like, "Shh." I thought it was the same thing, but obviously not. So, what does that mean? Is that like it felt cool, but is it rude? Was he telling me to fuck off?
I mean, in a far more polite kind of sense. Basically, he was telling you to be quiet. That's
Yeah.
like, shh, is what you do to someone when you want them to be quiet. What you, where did you see this individual? What do you mean?
I don't know. Earlier this morning, when you were like sleeping, Drickett was there. Did you see that dude, Drickett?
Which dude we talking about? Sorry, I was distracted with the fish.
By the big fortressy place thing.
Oh yeah?
I can't remember what he was doing because I was distracted by the fish too. But it seemed important at the time. I was kind of sneezing and stuff, so I wasn't paying attention.
So anyway, as Celeste was saying, we were the ones who stopped the eye in the sky.
Right. Fair enough.
Yeah, that's odd.
Doing something to the water.
Yeah.
I don't suppose it has anything to do with that treaty.
Treaty? Is that like to stop the war from happening? Some sort of... What was the last war?
No, it was... Vaguely recall there being a treaty between two people when there was a deal not to fish in the water in return for not attacking somewhere.
Yep.
Probably
Which
something
was
with the dragons.
probably Okrulan, somewhere where Drekig's family is.
Was the dude a Triton or a human?
Triton.
It was a Triton, and he was fishing.
Yeah, that's right. It was a trident.
He wasn't fishing.
Oh,
He was just
He was just kneeling in the water and putting a hand on the surface of the water.
Yeah.
Maybe
But
he was just putting the sea to sleep.
Yes.
yeah. That,
Nice sea. Go to sleep.
hush.
So
But
wait,
yeah.
the Triton dudes. There was a Triton on that. What did you call it? Independent fishing, ocean-going craft. The pirate ship. Remember, there was a Triton,
Oh,
and it
I
killed
vividly
Celeste.
remember, yes.
yes, in Helga's Fred, right.
Yeah. Fred was just telling us about our own. We've got to remember to tell people about these stories, and they might give us money. Make it into a song or something. Will you?
I mean, yeah, perhaps.
Anyway.
But-
So.
Yeah, sorry, I feel like the whole part of the person shushing someone got left behind a bit there. You know what? I'm sure it wasn't important enough. Yeah. John just turns around and
Wait.
continues gun.
Wait, Drekig, are the Tritons the bad guys? Are they like?
Well,
I know everything's relative, but like from your family's perspective.
well, I mean, when we left, my people just made a deal with them, and they helped us reclaim the lands that I'd lost. So, I mean,
And what about
I
you, Mr.
trust
John?
them.
What about
What's
you,
my
Mr.
history
John?
with the tritons?
I don't nothing on him. I think the first ones I saw, at least that I noticed, was the one from that ship, and then the one we saw in Ogrelan up on stage when they were discussing the treaty. That's about it.
Interesting. Well,
a
something to
sheep
note
on
at
there.
least.
I thought I heard something.
It's in the livestock holding down below.
In the back of it.
Secret compartment.
Just dragging his
In case we
sheep
get hungry on the
underwater.
way.
Right. Yeah.
There's actually a sheep just there, if anyone...
Sure. What they all say. Anyway. The day slowly comes to a close, and it becomes evening. And it becomes time for bedding down for the night under the starlight sky for the first time in a while, maybe. With no place to put up your tent, you have to actually sleep on the boat. Is anyone keeping watch?
I'll take
Or are
two.
you having a nap? You take 2 watches. There you
I'll
go.
take a watch.
Sweet.
Yeah, give me the morning. I'll take that. Make
And
us
then-
something for food.
Imagine it's like so cold, like on the water in winter. No.
It's very bitey.
Oh,
There is some blankets that are a little bit thicker on the ship that you have been provided to put on top of your ordinary blankets for sleeping. And he kind of rocks himself up a little bit with one of them too, but he seems to just be steering through the night. So, Celeste having 2 watches, then Drekik's one, and then Sean's having one, and Ingway's just napping the whole time.
I'm gonna go and hang with Artix.
Right.
Customary.
Is there anything specific you want to say?
No,
with him?
just no.
Nope.
The same thing though. Like I'll hang with the foxes,
Hmm.
and I just repeat that kind of process.
Right.
Summon pixies to fly around.
Right. He doesn't do anything specifically out of the ordinary. He's just kind of... He's a bit more quiet than he has been. But when you enter, he's actually painting on that wall where there was the big painting of all the angels and gods fighting and all that kind of stuff. He's just painting some more angels here and there. It's not really a lot of... He's not bad at drawing, but it is a very specific style that he's painting it in. It's very old school, kind of basic. Like, if you had Celeste draw what he was doing, she would be able to add a lot more details to it. His is very vague. You can't see any of the faces or anything like that. It's just kind of blurry a little bit. It's a bit of a style choice together. But other than that, he doesn't do much. He just has an ordinary conversation with you, and whatever you tell him, he responds to. But he seems to be a bit reserved. Seems to be something on his mind, at least.
Yeah, so if he's not really engaging with me, then I will spend most of the time just engaging with the foxes.
But yeah, they're happy to see you, of course. And you see that the blue one is growing a little bit bigger than the others. It is growing faster than the rest of them. Right. Celeste, first watch. Can you make a perception check?
perception is a 12.
Right. So for the first remainder of your watch, seems to be a clear night. Not a lot of clouds or anything like that. It's not snowing right at this moment, but you know that it is coming, and you're kind of running in front of the snow as it slowly will start appearing. But nothing seems out of the ordinary. You see Fred sitting there under the rug with his pipe, and he is smoking away while he's steering the ship in a direction. You can here and there see little bleaks of light from different cities here and there as it slowly becomes darker and darker. But for the first watch, nothing out of the ordinary happens.
Once I am sure that everyone is asleep, I'm going to talk to Fred again, if he's still awake through the night.
Yep, he's steering through the night. He doesn't seem like he's sleeping.
I have a strange question for you.
Well, I get strange questions all the time.
What's been your favorite one?
What do you like as your favorite food?
It's not really that strange a question.
I mean, why would you ask me that about the people in the world? Like,
That's true.
well, It's fish. I like fish.
I would assume so.
Yeah.
No, another question actually.
What?
Have you had any sort of strange experiences lately?
Well, I did some experimenting when I was in college, but other than that, I'm not quite sure what you're talking to, young lady.
I mean, more in the last month or so.
Not specifically, no. Is there anything you're referring to in specifically? There's a lot of strange things going on. Like the price of chicken has gone up by like at least 1 silver in places that I can't even pronounce. But I'm worried that it's going to come here. And obviously, I like chicken best. But no, not really.
Just gonna look around and just make sure the others are asleep before she goes. I feel as though something's following me, or it's latched onto me somehow. I don't understand how or why.
Like a person? Or...
I've been having these strange dreams about the ocean, and about drowning, and about being pulled under by something, and yesterday I was in the bath, and during my waking hours it seemed to materialize and push me under, and then all of a sudden I was transported to the middle of the ocean, and it was holding me under, and it was a green hand with glowing red eyes. It was sickly, and I came to, and I'd almost drowned in the bathtub. Could you imagine me drowning in a bathtub?
That would be quite poetic in a way.
And then I looked, we went to the library, and I did some research, and the only thing I could come across was a depiction of a hag.
I do remember some stories about the sea having its own will of some sort, but not quite sure if that's what that is.
Just can't imagine why after all these years it would come after me. I mean, I don't owe it anything.
Well, to be honest, I'm supposed to be this tough guy. I'm supposed to be this ex-pirate and everything, but our life was pretty traumatic, to be honest. Maybe it's just finally catching up on you.
Well, it's like I've pushed my demons down for so long, and now they're coming back to haunt me.
Maybe. I mean, I do have dreams from time to time about some of the things we did, and some of the stuff I'm not necessarily too happy about, but it just materializes in strange ways. Maybe it's just some sort of memory.
It wasn't a memory, Fred. It was visceral. It was there. I can still feel the hand around my neck. It was not a dream, it was not a feeling, it was not a memory, I was there. I was in the ocean. Drowning.
I don't really know what to say. I haven't experienced that myself. If you're worried that it's more than just a dream, maybe you should talk to some sort of magic user that has some kind of insight into these things, maybe.
Potentially. We are going to King's Helm, so...
There's plenty of them there, that's for sure. Like the Lauric Church is pretty big. There's the Lavender Church. Yeah, there's all of them there. Whichever one you want to pick, pretty much.
I don't know if I've ever asked you this before. But did Heldar ever get you to make a deal?
A deal?
Yes.
Like working for him? I was on and off every now and then.
I suppose you were never really part of the centerfold.
I'm not quite sure what type of deal we're talking here, but I mean...
Take that as a no.
I was always a bit of a freelancer. A few of the guys were, and I don't think he really trusted us. That's why we always get sent in first. But, I mean...
Makes you feel any better. I don't think you ever trusted any of us in the end.
Nah, he seems like a sketchy kind of fella, even for our sort.
Well, I shouldn't have to worry about him anymore then.
Why not?
Last I heard he was dead.
Last I heard, he wasn't.
Did you hear?
He's still sailing the oceans.
Still.
I think. Well, it's been a few years, so bear with me, but last I heard, he has 5 ships now. He's known as Commander Hilda. He even gave up his own ship.
Gave it up? Is that the story he told?
Well, I mean, he's commanding a different ship now, but his old ship's still there.
What?
Yeah, I mean, according to the history that I have heard from various drunken sailors coming through, the story is at least that he's still very much sailing the oceans in his ships. He just has more now.
What are the rest of the crew?
That I can't tell you. I don't know.
So, and this is these are recent stories.
I think a few years ago, maybe. No. Yeah, within the last year or two, I've heard some of this.
What?
Yeah, no. I mean, I don't know if it's true. Like, a lot of people, they make up weird shit. Like, maybe he's the Undertaker of the sea now or whatever. But there was a few other individuals that came through that was mentioning that their ships have been attacked by Hilda and his crew.
Right. Well, I mean, at least it's good to have more of the story to put together.
Yeah, I mean, I heard there was a great battle at some point, and his ship was assumed destroyed, but it didn't seem like that was really what happened.
It's the last story I heard too.
Right. Well, I've been out of the business for a while, so as you can understand, I don't really know the details. I don't even know if this is true or just some ill-gotten rumor.
Ill-gotten rumor. No, I highly doubt that.
No.
Certainly haunting.
He was an interesting man to work for, but I mean,
He was no man, Fred.
I
He
guess.
was obviously so vile that hell itself chew him up and spat him back out again.
I'm sure that's what he wants everyone to believe, at least.
Right. Well, certainly give me a lot to chew on.
Sorry, I didn't mean to give you ill news if you thought that he was gone.
I definitely did think that he was gone, Fred.
Right. Well, I know that from what I can understand, he has 5 ships. And one of them is his old ship. Or at least another ship with the same name. That could be a thing too, maybe.
That's bad luck. He wouldn't do that to himself. To name his ship after one that sank.
Well, maybe not. Maybe not. I am curious about if this is true or not, but I think I probably should leave it in case I get someone upset.
What?
Well, I just don't want them to come looking for me anymore. If I finally got out of the business, it's pretty hard to leave a situation like that.
Telling me.
Well, you look like you're doing fine. You have a group of friends still sleeping next to you, and everything is all good.
Yes, but I'm scared.
Well,
What if whatever this thing is that's attached to me takes them all down with me before I can get to it first?
well, at the moment you don't know what it is and isn't, so you'll just have to look into options. See what you can do when you get to King's Home. Maybe there's something that knows more.
Swore to myself I was done with the water.
The water's never done with you.
So I've been told on numerous occasions. Right.
True.
Thank you for that. Look, did you want to go and get some rest? I can take over from here for a little while if you'd like. Get a couple hours shut eye.
I'm okay. I do this all the time. I sleep for a day and then I travel through the night. Thanks, though. This is my job. Gives me a bit of I should say, I'm the captain of this small vessel kind of thing. But
You'd have to go along with it.
yeah, in a safe way, I guess. But yeah, no, don't worry about it. I'm good. Thanks, though.
And then Celeste will walk back to the other end of the ship.
There we go. Another perception check for your second bunch.
If it's okay with you, I'm going to give myself disadvantage on this check because her mind has just been blown into smithereens.
Cool.
And I don't think that she would be fully, like...
Nope.
She'd be kind of, like,
fine.
spaced. That's an 11, actually. Not too bad.
Nice. You don't seem to notice anything. You just seem to drift off a little bit and catch yourself not paying attention. But there's nothing that seems to be dangerous or attacking you or anything that seems to be out of the ordinary. The remainder, you probably just sit there looking into the water and just kind of doze off without falling asleep. You kind of drift off, I guess, is the right word.
And then she'll go and wake Drekik up.
Oh, Celeste. Is it that time already?
Enjoy.
Just before you sleep, I was dreaming. And when the guy mentioned white tiefling, didn't we see a white tiefling before?
I think Ingwe probably has more to do with that than I didn't really talk to them that much.
It was on
But-
the flying ship.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think Ingwe mentioned that he was actually looking for the artifact that we carried.
Oh, okay.
And then he wanted us to sell it to him.
And was it that one? Oh,
I think that's the one we're looking for.
not so
The one
good
you're
with
thinking about.
names. I'll talk to Ingwe in the morning about it.
Right.
Good
Well, keep
night.
your eyes on the horizon, Drekik. It's over that way.
That way. Right.
There we go. A perception check from Drekik.
A 22.
You haven't been on a lot of boats. You haven't been on a lot of ships. In fact, this is probably one of the first times you've been on a boat outside of your home region, and even then, it's limited. There is something in the current that's off. It's like the waves are wrong. There's something moving the waves. And as you focus, you see almost like almost like a school of fish, how tight they are next to each other. But it's tritons swimming underneath the water. Lots and lots of them.
Fred,
Yes, Mr. Dragonborn.
you wouldn't know any friendly tritons, would you?
Oh, I don't know any unfriendly titans, but why?
So, like, this army of tritons isn't anything to worry about, is it?
What are you talking about?
tritons swimming in the water.
And he looks down and I don't see anything. And you don't see any more either. I think you're a little tired, friend.
Yeah. Maybe I'm wishing I could see fish a bit too much.
Right. Maybe so. Well. There's still some warm coffee left if you need to quicken yourself up a little.
Oh no, that's fine. I'll just keep watch here at the back for a bit longer, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh well. Just be careful you don't fall asleep. I might
I'll
rob
try.
you blind. Just kidding.
Yeah,
I don't do
try.
that anymore.
And then he's just going to walk over to Celeste and just nudge her a bit. Celeste,
I just fell asleep. What?
there's tritons in the water.
Isn't that where they live?
Like a lot of tritons.
She'll make her way over to the edge and just kind of like blearily look.
You can make a perception check.
Natural 20! You fucking kidding me, bitch? Dizzy, thank you.
You're scanning the water
24.
methodically like a robot. There is nothing there. However, there is literally nothing there. No fish, no nothing. Nothing at all. And from being on the ocean, you know that that's a little strange. But there's no movement. But you don't see any tritons.
Does it look like I'm kind of looking, like, is it those the water moving, or is it just like, does it look like I'm looking through like a pane of glass almost?
So it is a little dirty, the water. But normally you would see a fish here and there and stuff like that. There's just nothing there. It's just water and the normal current pulling you towards where you're going. But there's no signs of life in the water.
I swear to you, Celeste, there were so many tritons. Like, so many.
I believe you, Drakic. Not only for the fact that you can't lie to me, but
There's that, yes. Forgot about that.
strange. What was it that you saw again? That
It was
earlier. I mean, when we passed by Ludak.
Oh, there was the Triton. He was at the water and he was just sort of he had his hands on the water like he was, I don't know, feeling it or something.
Put your hand in.
The water.
I put my hand in the water.
To you, it's not as cold as it would to a normal human because you are obviously a white dragonborn. It's cold. It's getting closer to the icy kind of level, but it's fresh.
The water is wet, Celeste.
Give me your hand.
Okay, the one that's wet or the one that's dry?
The one that's wet.
Right?
I'm gonna scoop up and like taste the water and see what it tastes like.
Tastes like salt water.
What's it smell like?
Smells like salt water.
Interesting. Well, actually, it's not interesting at all, which makes it interesting.
Are you alright?
Yes.
I feel
Sure.
weird that you're licking my hand.
I didn't lick your hand. I scooped it up and licked my own finger. I'm not there sucking on your fingers like a teat. She'll clasp her hands over Drekic's hand and press hesitation. Him all clean and dry again.
Oh. Thanks.
Welcome. Well, I'm going to go back to bed.
Alright, you go back to bed. I'll keep my eye out. If anything happens.
Good looking out.
Thanks.
For the remainder of your shift, nothing seems to happen. You do notice the abundance of lack of creatures in the water, but you don't see any more suspicious or strange activity.
Nope. John?
Yep.
It's your turn.
Yeah.
Just keep a close eye on the water. I think there's tritons in there. I think
Try,
they disappeared after I saw them, but they were there.
like you saw them and they disappeared, or like you saw them, looked away, and when you looked back, they were gone.
I saw them. I told Fred. We both looked back. All gone.
Huh. All right. Yeah. That's weird. I'll keep an eye on the water.
All right. Good night.
Night, friend. Sleep well.
You can make a perception check as well, Sean.
I'm gonna wake up halfway through John's watch.
The early rise. John's gonna take his cloak off and use it like a blanket in a way. And throw it over himself. Put his legs up on the edge of the thing, lean back. And 16.
You don't seem to notice much. Nothing seems out of the ordinary to you. In fact, everything seems to be perfectly what you would expect from a night on a ship like this.
It's fucking dark out here.
There's starlight, so there's a lot of stars shining very brightly tonight. But other than that, it's pretty much just any night.
He's just gonna huddle up, stick close, just look over at Fred occasionally, but otherwise, yeah, just keep an eye out. Once it starts to get closer to morning, probably around the time I imagine Ingwe would start waking up, he would get up and start probably doing a little bit of food prep, make something simple
But
that he can make out there, and then make a few of those little snacks, the cook treats. And yeah, just wait till the sun starts to rise. I assume everyone will wake up naturally with the sunlight, but if some people don't, it'd be a bit of a smack.
I'd say that sleeping outside in this type of weather, you would wake up when the sun starts being very bright.
Yeah.
Unless you're Celeste. Celeste is a master at sleeping in. But yeah.
Anyway, morning. I see you're up a bit early.
Yeah, I slept well. Did you? How was your sleep?
Not bad. Been a while since I've slept out under the starlight. No tents, no nothing. It was good. Reminded me of my hunting trips.
Oh wow. Nothing happened in the night. Nothing. All right.
Not that I saw. Drake mentioned something about a shit ton of tritons swimming in the water or something like that, but I didn't see squat. Maybe it was just a big school of fish, like real big fish. Something like that.
Oh yeah, you reckon he might have been confused?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's dark. Assuming beneath the water, reflections of the starlight off the surface. I don't know. Sometimes you see shit out in the woods, and you never know. So I figure the same sort of thing out on the water.
You know, it doesn't. Does that fortress got me thinking? At your home, was there? Is there? Are you worried about war? Just dead things?
No, we very much secluded out where we lived. That farm was very much away from most major towns and areas. It was a day trek to Loch Siebel, which was the closest. Outside of that, we were pretty on our own out there.
And are you like loyal to the king? Are you a kingdom man or are you a Shadownon man?
I like to think of myself as kind of my own man, in a way. You know, when I'm home, it's my house, my rules, so to speak. But out in the world, I'll respect the law of the kingdom. Yeah.
Seemed like a big fortress to pass.
Yeah. I would have passed there a few times, right? I imagine
Yeah, you've
occasionally
definitely
traveling
been
to
there.
King's Helm and that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time you probably travel across horseback on the bridges and such, but you've probably done this once or twice before.
Okay. And yeah, it's just like a big fort, right? Something where it's like first time you go past, it's sort of like, oh, that's cool, that's big. There's a lot going on there, but after that,
It's a
it's
whole
sort of just
city.
like,
It's a whole
it's
city,
a city.
but it's a fortress around the city. Like it's just built of stone. Like it's just solid stone almost all the way around.
Okay,
It's a very well fortified place.
gotcha. All right. Yeah. I don't know. It was a bit of a sight to behold the first time I saw it, but otherwise, it's just a stocked up city, I guess. Never really been in. I assume they probably focus a lot on their military and navy and things like that, but who knows? I just seen it from afar.
Yeah, cool. Oh well. Oh, just the feeling that I have, the treaty about with Drekic's dad, with the tridents, and then seeing that trident, and then just something's up.
Wasn't there a tale also of some like massive shark or something, and the water's not too far from here?
Yeah. That was and the town crier guy. They were like,
Yep.
there was the fire that I started that you got blamed for, and
Yep.
and then Anyway, I'd like to go and visit that place. I really like stone buildings. Really fascinate me.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see why not at some point. We could definitely try to stop in. Although those walls don't look very welcoming.
Yeah. So, how long do you think we go back to the cursed city?
To the where, sorry?
To the cursed city. Like, I'm
Oh.
just trying to get in my head times and stuff. Like,
I don't know. It's a bit of a unique circumstance, really, right? I feel like we'll have to go back at some point, or at least I will. But I feel like we don't stand a chance unless we can build up some sort of force that we can enter with. Whether it's all stealth and we get a group of people going in quiet, causing distractions, things of that nature, or if we roll in there with a big army, or who knows what. But yeah.
well, I was reading. I went to the library at the last town we were in, and reading about how the Church of Larrick. They send these guys called paladins. There's a reference to like, soldiers of the Larrick, that they're not clerics. They don't spread the word. They like fight the fights, and so I imagine we should hook up with them. But I'm just trying to get my head around because there's some other weird things happening. I'm just trying to figure out how much of a rush, because it seems like you know, like you're not going to live very long, and I don't want to waste your time, but I've got some other things that I can do whenever because I've got lots of moons out here. But yeah.
Sure. I guess it's all relative. Yeah. Well, we'll make sure everything's good in White Harbor, and I guess that's why we'll build up a plan and go from there, next to next to next, until
Yeah, so
ain't got a
we're
next no
talking
more.
about moons, right? Like, will we go back there the next couple of moons?
If I understand how long a moon is, yeah, I would imagine so.
I'd say at this point, everyone else starts waking up slightly if they want to.
It's one of those where you like sort of wake up, but then you just pull the blanket over you.
Yeah.
Well, I'm thinking after Might Harbor, maybe we chat about returning to that volcano thing we sort of went to, that big mountain with the, magma pit underneath, and we could try essentially open that door up or something. Because we needed a fourth, right? And we've had a fourth for a while now.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, a few
Yeah,
more
'cause then
time-sensitive things, but if everything gets to a point where we don't need a rush for something.
good idea. If I can get more power from reading that book, then then I could be powerful enough to help you to kill that dragon dude. And then if I was powerful enough to kill the dragon dude, then you can get your wife back. Yeah, I like that.
Book are you talking about?
Big book.
Well,
Big.
you know how we've got these tattoos, Mr. Drekic?
Yeah.
Well, we visited this lady whose family was here from the start of the age, and she's been tracking it and had all the information actually here. You know how I get the things out and put it everywhere? I think I won't do it here. Next time we get the tent out, I'll show you. But there's like Vecna and anyway, it's a really long story, but basically it's the power to make someone a god.
Oh, well, that sounds like something we shouldn't really touch.
I think we decided. Miss Celeste, sorry to wake you.
What?
We decided we had to go and get the book, right? So that we could stop other people from getting it. Right? That's why we've got the tattoos. Is that what we decided?
Are we having this conversation now?
I think it's something to that extent. Like these are tying us to that, and we got to figure out what to do with it. It's something that, probably not best in other people's hands, but
Well, there are other people looking for it. That was what Valentina was talking about.
yeah, there was that little green thing that sort of shot out into the sky, right? It was spying on us. Yeah.
That was what the whole thing was, is that there are other people looking for it, and so we needed to get it, and we were chosen so that we could get there quicker before anyone else figured out how to do it.
But when we were there, Alftam, he died, and then the tattoo left, and then we brought him back to life, but the tattoo was gone, and we need 4. With these tattoos are like a key, I think, to open the door.
Yeah.
So if we don't, we need to open the door, because otherwise people will just kill us to try and get someone that will open the door for them, and we're going to open the door, and then What are we going to do with the book? We're going to get the power so that we can kill the deaf dragon guy and get John's wife back.
Well, I think we got to figure out that step. I think we had a few other ideas prior. That this seems like a relatively recent suggestion to the plan.
We definitely should not read the book with any intention of ascension.
I think, yeah. We gotta get the God Hammer. There's a whole thing.
I feel like there is a whole thing.
I'm genuinely surprised. I thought we would have spoken to you about this. I guess we were talking about it so much.
I think you did, but it's early.
Yep.
And, like, I'm still trying to get my head around the... I know there was a book, Turn You Into God, but I thought the whole point was to not read it.
Yes, to destroy it, I think, was the original plan.
Yeah.
With the God Hammer, when we destroy it. Yeah.
But now you're talking about not blowing it up and reading it.
Yeah, definitely. No, we definitely want to destroy it.
Insight check.
The contract has been broken.
You can make an inside check and a general perception roll if you want.
My insight shit. I got a shit intelligence. Wisdom. Yeah, 9. No, not 19. 6. No.
Oh, wait. What am I doing against?
14 plus 4.
I'm
18.
not lying. What insight are you going to get? The insight you get is that time. Ingway's current obsession is time. So, like, yes, he's completely honest with the plan of we're going to destroy the book, but like, it could take 100 years to destroy the book, and Ingway'd be like, "Yeah, I'm definitely destroying the book." Which is the conversation that I've started generally with John anyway, is like, should I go and find out what's happening with my story? Because are we going to wait 20 years to come back and kill this thing? Or are we doing it next week? Like... Same as the Dreamweaver. Like, Ingwe has no malicious intent. There's no secret there.
So, yeah, that's basically it, Rekik.
Right.
There's probably some more details in there, and as I'm sure you've noticed, this thing keeps growing, so probably more to it, but yeah.
Keeps changing all the time.
Yep.
We also need to have a conversation about what to do once we're back in Kingshelm, aside from seeing your family, Jean, but in regards to the Karameshi estate.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Literally, as I was sitting there looking out into the night, that idea came to me, and I'm completely on board. I think we need to figure something out, whether we approach the household and speak to them and see what they know. Do we play dumb? Do we be honest? I think there's a lot of ways we can approach this, and we definitely need to figure out a plan.
Yes. I feel as though they definitely would have gotten word that she at least didn't return.
Yes.
And I believe that people would have tried to contact her.
And we were the last to be seen with her, in a sense. Not too sure if they saw us leave. I mean, I'm sure there were a couple, but I mean, with the ball being with the night prior, maybe 2-3 nights prior, tops from memory.
Well, the guards saw us leave with her.
Yeah. So we could be jumped at the door.
And we've got her stuff, right? We've got her seal, and we've got...
Yeah, we got the little card she gave us, and I still got that blunderbuss.
Yeah.
Boom
But
pipe.
what about the? We just tell the truth.
Yep.
She's hired us to do. She employed. We're her employees. Employed to do.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's potential risks whichever way we go about it. Oh man, that's put a whole new layer on this cake.
Sorry to interrupt, but we are heading towards the stop.
Hey.
Oh, I better start the ad.
What?
Skywriting.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, right.
And you can see that there's a little place where you can dock boats, not so far off. It's a little bend in the river. He can't take you all the way because the King's Helm doesn't have water going all the way to it, but you already were informed of that. He takes you to the little harbor docks and he ties up the ship. And he helps each of you off. Well, thank you for traveling with Filthy Threads boat service. I hope you enjoy your stay wherever you're going.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I'll keep an eye out for what we talked about, Celeste.
Much appreciated, thank you. And I will keep you in mind for any future travels on the way back.
Right. Well, I'm here every second day on this specific stop, going back and forth.
Give our best to Olga.
I will let her know who she traveled with. Or who I travel with. I mean, guess both. Well, thank you very much for your business. And he
Take care
winks.
of yourself.
Nice.
But what's the name of your business? I'll include it in
Filthy
our ad.
Fred's boat service.
Filthy Fred's. Oh, yeah. Okay.
I tried Cutthroat Bill, but no one wanted to come with me. But anyway, thank you very much for your service, and I will head back now. Have a little bit of a nap, and then I'll head back. Thank you.
Alright, be safe out there.
You too.
All the best.
You see, he starts making a little bed and starts having a nap.
It's like visible relief as she like steps off the boat. It's like she had like all this tension in her shoulders, and she just like.
Yes. Very well.
Right. So, where are we now? What's this place called?
It is not a place, it is just a stop in the middle of the river. There's no city there. It is just a little stop. But from where you are there, you can walk through the forest of the Misty Forest to get to King's Helm. It is going to take you a few hours on foot or horse, let's say. But it's not a long journey. You can pretty much see the city far off in the distance. Maybe a few hours.
Right.
Not too far a track from here.
Okay, just let me. Then the sky appears. VK Incorporated for hire. We endorse Filthy Frank's ferry service.
Arrow.
Inconspicuous.
Oh, did we not want? Oh, is that alright?
Yeah, it's fine.
We want work in the city, right? Or do we?
I just thought it might be better doing it in the city.
I could. Yeah, don't worry about it. I will just before we arrive.
Right.
Frank might get some business.
Be good for him.
Speaking of business, this little stop here would be the perfect place to start setting up a little town or a shop or something, right? Imagine anyone who's coming from Loch Siebel across already got the dock set up. Maybe retirement business opportunity. Just run a few ideas in my head.
No, it's a good idea, Sean.
Are we starting up a kitchen?
I mean, that right? That could work.
There's a temple.
Yeah, like a tavern here, with like a place to sleep, a stopover. That way people don't have to sleep on the boat, right? You leave like really
Yeah.
early in the morning, and then you get there a little bit later in the evening, perhaps they're able to push all the way through, and then they just crash right into the tavern. Work out a deal with Filthy Fred. You organize pricing to include the stay.
Well, I feel like them crashing into the tavern would defeat the purpose.
Nope, crashing as in sleeping. It's a slang term for sleep.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Wow, Dad, I didn't know you were like all hip and stuff. Wow.
It's just a word. Otherwise commonplace. All right? Settle down, boy. Settle down.
Very interesting.
Oh, Ingwe. Who was the white tiefling fellow on the ship? Not that ship, the flying one.
No, he wasn't the collector. He worked for the collector. I think he was like the secretary, or like. I wrote down all of their names, and I spoke to them lots. Castor?
Castine Chimera, right?
Yeah. Why? Did you see him again?
No, isn't that the fellow at the art thing
What art thing?
was mentioned?
Sure.
Yes, there's
Ingwe now catches up with things while he was.
there's an art gallery. Well, there's an art exhibition.
There's an art exhibition.
Yes.
What kind of art?
No idea.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. He worked for the collector, collected different things.
What
Could
is
be
the
like
what is the
magic items and
collector?
stuff. Well, he wanted to buy the Dreamweaver.
Yeah, so what is the collector?
I imagine he collects things. I don't know. He buys things that are. If it was a magic, that'd be cool. I'd love to like learn some new magic and see some cool things. Can we go? Can we go?
Well, I thought maybe while Jean was visiting with his family, we could occupy ourselves and go and see if we can find it. While Derlin and Jean go and visit and meet the new child and check up on Midos. I mean, we don't need to be there for the family personal moment. So I thought maybe we could spend our time doing that.
Yeah, it's always more efficient to split up.
Well,
Yes.
So, should I go to the art gallery? Or where am I going? Where do you want me to go?
It's up to you. I mean, you're all welcome.
Yeah, I want to go and visit
Family
John's
events,
family.
but
Yeah, we can go see them, but I just
Yeah.
thought that they're having personal time. We just can't be standing there like, oh, It's not
Oh,
really-
right.
And it's the reuniting with Derlin and his family, meeting his cousin for the first. It's all just very. We've met them twice. I just thought they might want some alone time, but
I haven't met them.
no, well, Drek's never met them. Anyway, it's something to think about.
They're very nice. Don't steal their things. It's not appropriate.
Oh, they don't like that. No, I don't think many people like that.
it's a pretty standardized thought or approach to theft. Yep.
Yeah, I don't think many people like their things being stolen anyway.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't know that, and I didn't know what you didn't know.
Yeah, I think I gathered that
Okay, good.
myself. So
He knows now, though. Got a few souvenirs before then, though, didn't you? Got a few fun things. Oh,
Well, I
one
still get
boot or
confused
something?
because I steal things every day, and no one seems to mind when I'm like wandering around through the forest stealing things. But
Well, it's not in someone's possession.
yeah, who are people?
Usually humanoids, people.
Yeah, I got it.
I'm guessing that you're having this conversation while you're
Yeah.
traveling.
No,
Yeah.
we're stood with a
And
tree
still-
branch, just like sketching out the
yourself.
plans for a town.
Still on the boat,
dirt.
really, waiting for.
Yeah. Get it out.
Right.
Fred's like, get off.
Carla,
He's like,
suck it, it's a
Are you
bird.
still here? I had an 8-hour nap now.
We're starting to lay the foundations of it.
I'll start mixing. You start cutting the wood.
Well, there's a very distinguished pattern. A path going through the woods. It's not like you're going through like thick woods or anything like that. It is very well traversed back and forth. So it is not in any way dark and dangerous. It's pretty open. So there's nothing.
Pretty good, because it's a pretty fucking ominous name. Give us a quick trek through the misty forest. Oh yeah.
Well, it's daytime.
So Miss Celeste, now that you're more awake, I know you got upset at me earlier for not upset, like you were mourning about the conversation we were having about what we're gonna do next and when we're gonna do it.
Right.
I'm just a little bit confused about time and when things are happening because, well, I found out some interesting things, and I also kind of am worried about my friends, so I'd like to go and see them. But like, it's not urgent, like John's thing. But now John's seen his son. That felt like the most urgent thing. And then I'm just trying to work out how much time we're going to spend in King's Hill.
I'd say probably no more than a week.
And then what are we doing? Are we just kind of keeping muddling? Like, feels like we just keep wandering around and stuff's happening to us, and we don't. I think we should. I think I'd prefer if I had a bit of a sense of us doing stuff to the world, than the world doing stuff to us all the time.
Well, we need to go see the Larrick Church and organize an army for this twice-cursed city at some point.
Well, that's the thing. It's the at some point. I think that's confusing Ingwe a little.
Yeah, like, are we going to do that before or after we go to find out to open the door that our tattoo's open?
Well, I mean,
After.
wait, is the door here?
It's near. Well, not here. It's not too far away.
Yes.
Or the Larrick Church is here?
Yes.
So I think we should do that first.
Yeah, we're going to talk to the Larrick Church. But
You
like,
can
when we
talk to them.
when we talk to them, we might be like, we'll go back there in 43 moons and we'll see you then.
I think
Or
at the moment it would
right.
just be about gauging their interest, their plans, and their intentions, and then figure it out from there. But I feel as though we need to organize ourselves better. Last time we were going past, and John was like, "Oh hey, let's go in here," and it was very sort of spur of the moment. Whereas I feel like we need to have much more of a plan in place, and at least speak to these organizations. And perhaps on our travels we can find other organizations that may have the same intentions or the same capabilities. From there they can band together, but I do not feel as though that should be our priority. I feel as though the priority should be going to the door and opening it. Which, first, we should go and see the Karameshi estate and speak to them, let them know what's happened, and ask if we can have access to the archives which we were in before. Have a look at, the prophecies again, seeing if perhaps there's someone at your sister's school, John, that can interpret prophecies. Perhaps we can talk to them, get another insight into what it actually means, get as much information on it as we can from King's Helm, and then make our way to the door. I feel as though that should be our priority, and everything else is just secondary to that on the way.
Yeah.
So our priority is to go to this estate place and then go see the door.
Yes.
And the door will bring us closer to where your friends are anyway, so once we get through that, we could potentially see if your friends are still in the area. We can make sure they're okay as well.
Yep.
And I suppose my sister should be able to get us back to the door if she's feeling up to it as well. That'll be pretty quick jump across the river, so to speak. Yeah. Sounds
So we
good to
should get
me.
as much information as we can from King's Helm before we leave. So if we spend, let's say, a week or so here, a couple of days with your family, doing some sightseeing, and then for a couple of days just stockpiled information and go into the Karameshi estate to speak to some people, talk about the prophecies.
Should we speak to the king? I feel like we should speak to the king.
Ooh, that is a good question, because if this is as big as it really is, it would concern everyone. But also, how could we prove this is of an importance in which the king would want to speak with us?
Well, there was the eye in the sky. There was the army of Tritons. There's, we're messengers of the gods. I don't know. What are kings interested in?
Money, power, acquiring land, that sort of thing.
Money, power. But they'd be worried about losing their land, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what fortresses are for.
Yeah, that's why I was asking you about the fortress, to see if, the king was worried. I'd quite like to meet the king. And he probably has, the Karameshis had information about this god stuff, and I think the king would definitely have a collection of things, books and stuff in the king's library. Maybe we can just go to the library without speaking to the king.
As they would need special access to access their personal archives. I feel as though that would be hard to come across.
May seem like a stupid question, but the king does reside in King's Home, right?
Correct.
Okay, cool.
So I'm not sure if you remember the map, but on the map itself there is a Golden Hall Royal Residence with a King's Garden, which is probably bigger than some cities. And then there is a Lion Meadow, which is also part of that entire thing. It's pretty big.
Yeah.
Fairly in the center of the city.
Yeah. No, I'm looking at the map right now. Sweet. Yep. Okay. So
that the Gold Hall Royal Residence, number 24 on the map, if you can see the map. And the 23 and 22, all three of those are connected. The Lion Meadow is the king's personal garden, which no one has access to. But sometimes there's events going on in the king's garden.
Smash cut to one session from now. What are we doing in the king's garden?
Get out of the royal bush now!
Where's
hiding in the rubbish?
I just had a vision, guys.
What do your dragon eyes see? I mean, yeah, the king. Oh, that's a weird one. High up royalty never really sat right with me, but I mean, they got the most power to influence what's going on, and if shit really goes down, it'd be probably good to be in their good books.
Maybe we should ask Baal.
I kind of like that idea.
Baal.
Yeah. Oh, now. Yep.
I don't know. Is that how it works?
I don't know. That's why I'm dusting my shit off.
Well, maybe can we send? I mean, Drekik, you're the cleric. How do we?
Yes.
Well, before we met you, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's Baal's names for Drekik? What does Drekik think Baal's called?
I don't.
Aethia.
Aethia, that's
Aethia.
right.
Right, yeah.
Who's part of the Golden Company, who's friends with your gods.
Yes.
Like they were in that meeting, right?
Yeah.
Before we met you, we would just show up to taverns, and Aethia would be there, and she'd be like, hey, I mean, it was he at the time. Anyway, they were like,
What?
go and do this job for us. And then we went and did it. And then they gave us money. And then they're like, go and do this other job for us.
Right.
And then,
And you're wondering if I have a way to communicate with them. Well, from what you've told me, our first step is to visit a tavern.
true.
Weirdly makes more sense than I feel like that should.
I'd say at this point, you
And
probably
if
have
we don't
arrived.
find them there, I'm sure we can drink until we come up with an idea.
Okay, good.
So I'd say that at this point, you definitely have arrived at the west gate of the city, for now at least. And for
Well-
you, Drekik, it is a massive, massive fucking city. You haven't seen any city this big ever before. And you're only on the outside at this moment. And there's a giant
like-
statue in the middle of the city that is like a giant angel. That is like kilometer and a half high. It's like huge.
Who lives in that?
Some sort of deity.
There's a god in the in that thing?
Well, I think it's a depiction of the deity. It's not a god, I don't think. It's like a herald of the gods.
Wait, the herald of the gods lives in there.
No, I don't think it actually lives there, Drekik. It's a depiction of the herald.
Yeah, like we're the heralds of the gods. And someone could make a big statue of us like that one day.
I think it,
Why?
sacrificed itself or something and saved the world.
Why? So huge.
I don't know, Drekik. You should, of all people, you should be the one to understand this sort of architecture than us.
I don't know about that. This is huge. This is like many, many army camps. It's like a war zone.
What?
I mean, it's not wrong.
Right, well, I suppose we should go and see your family, Sean.
Sean's looking up at this big statue. Yeah. Yeah, we should. So I just had a thought. You know what they say about saints with big statues, don't they?
What?
Big achievements.
Well,
It
also
was a
they-
shit joke. Just let's go.
No, it was good, John. He apparently it saved. He saved the world. It makes sense.
Yep.
Achieve.
Yep. But it didn't
Okay.
get it's fine. It's fine.
Don't worry, Dad. I got it.
What would they achieve? It's a riddle, isn't it, John?
Sure. I'll tell you what you tell me if you figure it out.
Drekik is preoccupied for the next 4 episodes.
I have the answer. So what? That thing you said. Yeah, what? Yeah, I don't even remember.
So the journey is to go to the Tree of Sisters. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe
So
so.
there's a few different paths you can take to get there, depending on what you want. And as you arrive at the west gate, no one stops you. It's common that people come and leave, but there is a few guards there as usual. You can either go through the Barrow Sack, which is like the slums, and then from there on go up into Silverstone, where your family lives. Or you can head deeper into the city, into the Greater Fold, which is more of a middle class area, and then therefrom into the center, and then into where they live slowly that way through. It is not a straight line, one way or another. You have to kind of pass through a few different sections. So
Do we have to pass through Enzo's World of Perplexing Wonders by any chance to get there?
you can go in that path if you wish to do so. You can go through the line between Divolis and the Barasak, and go to where Enso's World of Perplexing Wonders is, and then head from there on in towards. You have to kind of go up into the center and then down once again afterwards to Silverstone, where there's also a bar and the Greenleaf College right next to it. So that is a possibility too.
Yeah. Where do you guys want to go? Do you want to cut past that place, Celeste, or?
No, I don't want to go through the Barasak.
No. Yeah. Oh, all right. What about you, Drake? This is your first time here. You got a preference on a way you want to head down? Anything you want to check out? Anything sound interesting?
Everything?
All right.
What's this? And he points towards like a stall that's set up on the street.
See someone playing with cups. Just a little bit out of the eye view of the Westgate accompanied.
That, my friend, is what they call a scam.
Scam.
Yeah, don't trust them.
So he's a cheat.
So, most of them are. I'm sure there's a handful of good ones, but majority of them, yeah, you don't make money on chance.
Last time I made money on chance.
I was going to say that's not a good.
Don't
They made so much money at that casino.
consistently on chance.
He got his little tent.
Well, it's Celeste's tent now.
Why don't we cut through the middle then? We'll head up through and down the middle. That way you can sort of get a closer look at that statue and see the nicest side of town, so to speak, before we cut back down.
Sure. Let's go.
All right.
So
We're-
going towards the
lead
middle,
the way, I'll
going
follow.
down. Are you still going past Enzo's World of Perplexing Wonders, or are you skipping that one for now?
I think we're going up through the West Gate, like Grotterfold way, and then coming down past Stonewall Academy and through the center. Is that what the?
That sounds like what you're doing. And the Enzo's Perplexing Wonders on the opposite side of the city there. So you can go down and then just cut around Enzo's Perplexing Wonder and then just head back the other way towards Silverstone that way. That's up to you.
Just like a slight detour.
Yeah, it's a slight detour, but you can definitely do that.
It's up to you guys.
I'm gonna say it's up to you guys. I'm absolutely flat broke, so I don't know if I can deal with the temptation.
You're broke? Since when?
Since a couple of days ago.
Didn't we get heaps of money?
Well, you spent most of your money.
I've been on about the same amount of money for the last couple weeks, I think.
I remember I spent all my money on those on those painting things, and then you had to spot me for something, and then we got a whole pile of money and gems.
You have some money and some gems that you got from the city, but the money that you got paid for the job you did in Okrolan, you spent on supplies in Okrolan, which is where you bought the face paint and stuff, I think.
And we didn't get money after that.
You got a little bit from figuring out who the shady people were who were playing mazes and hydras, but that was like 500 gold or something.
It was 200 gold.
200 gold, yeah.
And then we also got that ring from the
Yes.
Archdruid, right?
So that's worth 1,000 gold, but you haven't,
We haven't cashed
sold
it in
or
for
cashed
anything.
it in or whatever.
That's still just sitting in my inventory.
Correct. So you got a little bit here and there, and you won a little bit of money in the casino, but I think that was
Oh
directly.
yeah, that's where you guys got the money.
specifically.
We didn't get money from
But
that.
you didn't
That's
get
why I
specific
have a lot
money.
of money.
And me.
But specifically, you haven't been paid for anything in a
Yes.
while.
But I remember being broke, but my D&D Beyond tells me that I have a lot of money.
There was some
Where did
Got
the
it.
whole
poker going on
come
there.
from?
Yeah, that's true.
Hey.
That's true.
Just because, you know, this seems like the sort of place that you don't really want to walk around without any money. should, if we are going to be separate at any point, maybe we should all make sure we have some.
I've got enough to, buy food and drink or lodging if I should need it.
I can give you 50 gold each if that's okay.
No, Drekik, it's fine. You can keep your money.
I mean,
Perhaps that's something that we can do while we're here. See if anyone needs any help with anything. Look into new job postings. Perhaps there are bounties out. Maybe that's something we could do while we're here to get some extra coin. I'm sure a city this size, I'm sure there's plenty of jobs to be had for those willing to work for it.
sure.
We could always sell these. I've got two $5,000 diamonds.
$5,000.
5,000 gold diamonds. That are for resurrecting people. We're definitely not selling them.
Yeah.
I think it's 500, not 5,000. Just
I
checking.
thought it was 300, but whatever.
Hang on. I think I need to do some inventory management here because I have 720 gold as a custom item in my inventory that I didn't actually put as part of my.
That's the party gold, isn't it?
Oh
Yes.
yeah, that's the party funds.
Yeah,
Thank
that
you.
makes more sense.
I was like, why do
Before
I have
you,
a random bag?
I was trying to I can't access that memory right now.
Okay. I think that
So
must
before
be
you just
definitely
take
a-
that for yourself.
I
think-
found an extra 750 gold.
So the diamonds are not worth 5,000 gold. They're worth 500 gold if they each be for resurrection, I believe.
Yes. Okay.
And I
cool.
think you bought one or two of them. I can't remember.
I've got two, and I've put them incorrectly.
5,000 gold worth of diamonds is.
Revivify diamonds worth 300.
Oh, it's only 300. Well, they're worth 500.
Yeah, we got.
There
Yep. And I'm just putting too much.
And then I got the ring from Beatrix, which is worth 1,000. That's just in my inventory. So, and I also have 100 GP worth of gems.
Yes, so that's from Gradward. When you bag that bag of gems and a little rod of attunement.
Tuning rod, which is to the fire plane.
Correct.
Yep.
Cool. So, let me get this straight. Which way are you going? You're going in towards the city, and you're going down towards Enzo's Perplexing Wonder, and then you're going back to Silverstone, or are you just going
I think.
into the city and then straight to the house?
I think we're going straight to the house, and then
Right.
I think we're going to go on an adventure while John catches up with his family.
Cool.
Is that the plan?
No
We're going
problem.
to go straight to John's house, put our gear down, and wash our
Right.
feet.
Cool. So, as you enter this city for the first time, Draken, you do notice that the first few districts, so to speak, are they are more or less run down a little bit. Some of them have wood that's been there for a while, but it doesn't look like it's like fancy areas. It looks similar to what you've seen from where you come from, but in here in the city, it stands out a little bit as maybe being the poor area. It's known as the Barrowsack, and there's also the Caden and the Einspire, which you kind of go in a way. You go in the middle of both as you head around, and both of them are poor areas. But as soon as you enter the next area, Divolis or Greater Fold, those two areas are more like the buildings are clean and shiny. They look a little better, and you can see that people here probably have a little bit more wealth. Most of these individuals are probably people who run establishments or who have businesses or some sort of a little bit more established, where most of the people living in Camden and Barrowsack is more people who are waitresses or waiters or stuff like that. As you head around and you go towards the center, you do also see that there's a lot of statues all the way down, because there is a bit of a small river in the middle of the city, which is not connected to the one that you came from. But that water kind of creates almost like a natural barrier of the center. So there's some bridges that you have to pass. But around the edge of that water on the outside of the city, you can see these statues of all these previous kings and queens and all that kind of such. As you head around, you also end up coming next to the Stoneward Academy, which is just a giant tower that just sticks up into the air. And it doesn't take much imagination to see that this is the Mages Academy. There's an influx of individuals who are less muscular in appearance and have a lot more books and you can see that there's some people outside practicing little cantrips like prestidigitation, minor illusion, light spells, and pretty basic stuff. As you then enter into the center, you see this giant statue known as the Saint, where it's a giant, it looks like a human male with a very chiseled jaw, and he has 2 giant wings on his back, and he's just kind of standing there with his hands folded. And there's a lot of, how should I say that? There's not a lot. There's a few security details here and there to make sure that no one's like touching it or vandalizing it and such like that. But there's towers specifically around this place to protect it. So it looks like it's a big deal of some sort. In the middle of the city, there's the halls of justice, and as you pass by this and pass by the Saint, you do see that there is a little sign saying art exhibition today and the next 3 days only, which you guess that's probably what was mentioned. And as you head further down towards the bottom to go towards Silverstone, you also remember that the Karamesi estate is not far away from where you are currently. As far as I believe, it was in the Ivory Estates, but I will have to check that. And as you head further down, you pass by the barracks, the Golden Lion barracks that you have known very well. And as you do, you hear a large bell going off. It seems like an alarm is being rung from within the barracks. And as it starts ringing, you can hear more of them ringing around the city. Like one is setting off the others, one by one, just doom, doom, doom. And you can see the guards everywhere are confused. And that's where we'll take a break.
Is that for us?
I'm sorry.
No.
Sorry, just a tourist. Just a tourist.
It didn't seem like it didn't seem like anything you could see what was going on at that moment when that happened, at least. But let's go on a short break, and then afterwards we can see where this goes.
Every time we walk into a city.
Uh-oh.
Just as planned.
Just welcoming you guys. It's all good.
Trouble follows us wherever we go.
It's because Sean has an unpaid parking ticket. That's what it is.
Yeah.
No, because he hasn't gone to the fucking magistrate's court or whatever it is that
I
he's
don't know what
supposed to
you're
be
talking
doing.
about. That's not a real thing. You're making things up. Shut up.
Yeah. All right, let's go on a break, and then we'll be back very soon.
Oh, yeah. See you soon.
Are you looking for a more exotic or sophisticated choice in dice? You should check out Level Up Dice. The company are experts in specialty dice, made from materials like semi-precious stones, aluminium, and even have options for wood and bone dice. The designs are so beautiful it's hard not to find something which fits your next character. Level Up is an Australian-owned company and also run the Level Up TTV Twitch channel focusing on broadcasting tabletop role-playing games. Follow a link below when purchasing from Level Up Dice. It will greatly help support our channel and also help an Australian local retailer. Level Up Dice, the sophisticated choice. Monsters and Mayhem is sponsored by Miniporium.net, a huge selection of highly detailed miniatures for any tabletop role-playing game. Check out the beautiful miniatures, and if you use the code MAYHEM, all capital letters, at checkout, then you receive a 30% discount. In the beginning there was nothing. From the nothing sprung forth a something. The something was not a who or it. The something simply was. The something began roaming the nothingness and found itself alone. In solitude, the something became the somethings. Multiple somethings sprung forth of the something, each with its own voice and presence. The somethings, as great as divine as they were, all needed something to measure their own greatness by. They created the first earth, and by doing so, became gods. The first earth was not perfect. In fact, it had many flaws. Because it was made as a circle, most things placed upon it would fall off the sides into the nothingness. The gods grew furious about the earth, and they cut it in half to make it flat. The excess was simply pushed aside and forgotten, at least for a while. The second earth was perfect, flat and vast. Each god began to populate it with creations and land masses of their dreams. Each god creating beings of their very own. Soon the world was full of inhabitants, and they all began to watch over their creations with anticipation. However, many creations did not turn out the way the gods had hoped for, and a lot of animosity was born over the first few years. The creations would go to war with each other and even themselves. Some of these wars even spilled into the realm of the gods, where the gods themselves would command their creations to destroy another god's creation. The gods were eager to prove themselves better than the other, and a long bloody war was fought throughout the first era of the first 3,000 years. A massive war for survival was fueled by the gods themselves as the world began to burn. They started to see their own mistakes. The gods made many sacrifices and separated some races from others by magic or by using the elements of nature. They tried to stop their creation, and slowly a peace of sorts came to be. And such a second era came to be with peace and kindness as its goal. Not every god nor every creature followed the peaceful ways, and some even broke away from their gods after such events. But for now the god wars were over, having successfully separated their creation to an extent, minimizing the overall doomsday and averting full chaos. For almost another 3,000 years the races had been completely separated. The gods had made a plan. The God Gate, located now in the Kingdom of Quill and where the borders of Okorlan is, had been inscribed with one of the family's life forces, the Karameshi. Once a descendant of that family were to attempt to open the God Gate, all races would once again have free reign. At the end of the 3,000 years, an unknown member of the Karameshi touched the God Gate, unlocking the prophecy. The mountain chains and oceans dividing the races all came down all over the realm. Great panic and rejoice at the same time, as creatures that had once only heard fairy tales of each other now once again stood face to face with one another. The gods had hoped that the last 6,000 years would have been enough for everyone to learn to coexist. But from the start the tension already started building again. Wherever fragile peace was on the table seemed to crumble and regather from time to time. But the time of the wars was surely not over. There was now other entities who spread darkness across the world. Maybe the world had learned its lesson, or maybe it was doomed to repeat it. Welcome to the world of Epidos, where adventures are born, heroes are forged, and villains are always up to mischief. The Kingdom of Quill lies in the middle of it all, the heart of human civilization, at least if you ask them. To the north lies the cold Shadanon, where Northling constantly test the borders to the kingdom with raids and invasions. To the south lies the desert lands of Zahani, ruled by self-proclaimed princes and empresses. The tension is at an all-high after a failed invasion into the kingdom years ago still sends trouble both ways. To the southeast lies the Dragon Empire, a proud people ruled by the Dragon Emperor, who according to legend are descended from a real dragon. The Empire has been locked in a cold war with the kingdom for generations, blocking all travel from entering the nation. But for the common folk, it's Monday. The birds are flying low and it looks like it may rain.
John Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Durden and Macy, raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, John eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Durlin, after John's father. John eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years traveling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
A young half-elf, Tam Cawthon grew up working the land with his father and learning herblore and healing from his elven mother. After a horrible childhood accident, he swore he would avoid violence, unless he had no other choice. When the war came, like every Cawthon for generations before him, Tam enlisted to fight for his king. During the bloody battle for King's Helm, Tam's selfless efforts to heal his friends caught the eye of the celestial Aethia, and she became his patron, giving him the gift of celestial healing. His courage in battle did not prevent him from drawing the ire of his superiors. His compassion was blind, and he would heal all in need, even the enemy. After the end of the war, Tam worked as a healer in the villages outside Crackvolm, hoping to save enough money to gain entry to the Healers Guild. After a series of unfortunate events, Tam finds himself in debt to a very wealthy and very criminal cartel boss. Pinned between his compassion and his new master, Tam tries to make the best of his situation, dreaming of a day where he can live his life in freedom.
Ingwe grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share, and to tell the story of the world.
Are you looking for a more exotic or sophisticated choice in dice? You should check out Level Up Dice, the company of experts in specialty dice, made from materials like semi-precious stones, aluminium, and even have options for wood and bone dice. The designs are so beautiful it's hard not to find some. And we're back again. Ingwe is a bush. But
That
you
wild shape's
find
getting
yourself you find yourself right in front of the Golden Lion barracks as the alarm seems to be going off. And you see guards here and there. There is not a lot of them, and they seem confused and some of them a little scared.
I'm going to look around, kind of like look up and around and see if I can see what the danger is.
Make a perception check.
Can't you just tell me?
Jean
No.
jump in on that too. Having
Yes,
those two.
go for it.
14.
Oh, yep. This
24.
is going into dice jail. I rolled a 2.
So a 15 from Celeste.
14.
And 14.
So 12 in total for me. So
And Sean.
On a 2, fuck.
24.
Right. So all of you kind of look around and try to figure out what danger is and where this is coming from. And Sean, you're the first one to notice this, but everyone does see this because this is not a matter of hiding. It is more a matter of perceiving. There is a few dead bodies laying inside the hall, inside the court. What is it called? The
Hall of Justice?
inside the Golden Lion barracks, in the middle where the training ground is, there is a little outdoor. I don't remember the word off the top of my head. Like courtyard.
Yeah.
And there's a few dead bodies laying in there, and they look like guards. And that is where the alarm is coming from as well. That's where it started. And you're pretty much right in front of it, as you can see these bodies laying in there. And as you're watching, you see this man coming around the corner, and he's also a guard, and he's holding himself, and he just falls over on the ground.
Shit, we got bodies in the courtyard. Fuck. I won't be ready.
does it see? So we just see a guy falling down and
You see
dying, basically.
3 dead people laying on the ground, and you see one guy trying to escape and just falling over. You see cuts and bruises all over his body, and you can see that he is just scared to death.
Literally.
I'm just gonna cast a first level healing word at the guy.
It does not take effect.
I'm going to kind of look at, and then go over towards him.
Guys, I think there's something's fighting my magic. Can't heal him.
Shit.
I'm gonna kneel next to him and see if I can like manually like staunch the bleeding, like rip off some of his clothes and like make a tourniquet like around his arm or like somewhere there's like bleeding heaps, I guess, and try and like manually, as I'm looking at everyone, like.
Right. So you go in and you do that. What does everyone else do in the meantime?
Were the barrack doors open? Is that where they?
It's like a garrison door. Like you can shut it with an iron grate, but it's open at the moment.
Okay, and that's where the guy wandered from?
He came from the inside trying to get out and then fell over halfway through.
Okay. Jean's gonna run up to the doorway there, and he's gonna take a defensive stance using his arm sort of in its shield mode. Axe in the hand at the ready, and basically just hold anything that looks aggressive, out of the norm, something like that. He's gonna swing, but he's basically gonna try block off that thing from anything coming out of there to getting to where Celeste is while she's trying to help that person.
Right, so you go a little bit further in from Celeste and try to keep a guard there. Yeah, okay. And Drake?
Can I go up to the guy that just collapsed and try and do some sort of arcana check to figure out what it is that has happening?
Yes, you can definitely do that. And Ingwe, what are you doing?
I'm going to hang back and I'm going to cast Detect Magic. And I am looking for leprechauns on the roof casting spells to make us all...
Specifically?
Well, not specifically leprechauns, but yeah, 100%. Like,
okay.
Ingwe's quite intelligent, so when I say leprechauns, I'm not actually just looking for leprechauns, but like... We have been tricked as we've walked into a city before with a giant dragon that wasn't. And Ingwe is like, hang on a second. Are these soldiers even soldiers? Just massively skeptical about whatever's going on here.
Right. I need you all to roll initiative.
Woo!
I got an 8 on my arcana. I don't know if that does anything.
Right. That's not great.
A good initiative roll for once in my life? Who am I?
I got a 15.
You got a
I got
15?
-1 on arcana checks, but I thought I should check.
What did you get, Celeste?
I got a 22 for initiative.
22. And Sean?
Nice. I also rolled really well. I got a 24.
24. And Ingwe? 7, as usual. Cool. So, to begin, Sean, you enter the courtyard, or at least at the edge of the courtyard, and you notice that there is not just 2 or 3 dead bodies here. There is 20. Looks like all of these are city guards, some of them in training gear, some of them in full armor. They have just all been killed. They're just dead. They're just laying on the ground like they had some sort of bloody battle. The entire courtroom is just full of bloody track marks and spurts of blood that has come out from these individuals, and looks like it's recent. You can see in the courtyard there's a few buildings, so you haven't been inside because you weren't part of the attempt to go in as a rat, as I remember Ingwe did earlier. In the courtyard there's a building to your left, which is a smaller building, and there's a building to the right, which is all a smaller building. On top of that, there is the bell tower, so to speak, where someone is pulling the bell. You can see on the opposite side there's a large building, and that large building has 3 doors going into it, and each of the small buildings have 1 door going into them. So that's what you can see from where you are there. What would you like to do?
Just to confirm as well, the courtyard is open, right? It's one of those where it's almost like a circular shaped structure ultimately.
It's kind of like a square, but you enter from one sense and you can see that there is another exit on the left side as well, similar to this one, both of them open.
Okay. I'm gonna just be on my toes more than anything. I want to perceive. I want to see if I can spot two things. If that takes my action and my bonus action, so be it. I want to see if I can spot what is causing this, what sort of has created this trouble, and B, I want to see if I can see any familiar faces amongst the guards. Possibly, was it Logan, I believe, was here, right? Yeah, like if I can spot Logan or anything like that amongst the bodies.
Right. So the bodies that you see on the ground here are more like city, towns, guards, and trainees that has simply just been training outside. Some of them even holding wooden swords in their hands at the moment. You don't see any of the Lions guards like Logan was. He was wearing a different uniform. His was green and white. These ones are all blue and gray and blue and white. You can't see any familiar faces in that sense. You have seen some of these guards before, but most of them look confused and scared. That's what you see on their face.
Looking into a dead mirror.
Yeah, you can see some of the doors have been damaged slightly.
Yep.
You do not hear any danger, but you can see smoke coming from the building on the opposite side. Like there's something going on inside.
All right. And I don't see any sort of creature thing. Do you want me to roll for perception or anything like that?
You don't have to roll. You can't see anything specifically here. You can roll to see if you can see more about the dead bodies if you want.
Yeah, I think Jean is just very much in a defensive stance and just trying to get in as many details as he can at this point. So, I'll look at the bodies, see what I can discern from them, if possible.
Do you go over to them, or do you stay where you are, looking at them?
How close would the closest one to me be?
Probably about 20 feet away, 15 feet away. You can probably get there with just your movement.
Yeah, if it's that close, Jean will approach it.
Right. So you head into the courtyard, and you do an investigation check on them.
All right. The best roll. Oh, so good. 8.
8. You're very confused, and you're constantly looking out for danger, so you have a hard time just focusing, and every time you hear just a little creak or something, you just kind of look. There's one thing that you cannot miss. Their eyes are white. There's no pupils. It's like there is nothing in there. They're just gone. And their facial expression is just like, what the fuck just happened? All of them looks like they have this. They all have slashes and cuts. It looks like weapon wounds. It doesn't look like claw marks or bites. But the eyes, you definitely cannot miss.
All right. At that point, Jean is going to just take a step back, just like 5 feet away from the body. And he's just going to call out, "We got smoke on the far end, and something's up with these guys' eyes. I think we need to keep ours shut, avert our gaze. Something ain't right here." And John will not do what he says, even though he tells everyone else he's keeping his eyes wide open and he's looking around.
Cool.
And that's where he'll end his turn. Just
all good.
Yeah.
Celeste,
at the ready.
You also very clearly see these eyes. You're trying to make a tourniquet. The bleeding has stopped. Because he's gone. There's no more blood pouring out of him. He has no more to give.
He's gone. I didn't get here in time. He's dead. And she'll kind of sit back on her knees and look around and slowly get up. I don't know what's happened. And she's going to turn around. So she's staying inside the courtyard, but she's looking out kind of towards the main city area to see like if people are coming, like if this is like attracting enough attention, like guards are starting to rush towards her, like.
Cool. You definitely see two guards running in, and they look very confused as well. Both of them have like halberds, and they look like they're just general town guard. They look very confused, and they see all the dead bodies. They're like, "What's going on?"
You know as much as we do at this point. We were just walking past and we heard the alarms going off, and this man stumbled out and just died. Just please tell me that backup is coming.
It will come. It will just take a second because this was literally the central. I don't know what happened to his eyes. And you see they're just scared, like they're completely white, but they just kind of man up and then they just run towards where Sean is, and they stand out in the courtyard, just pointing in all directions, trying to.
If you see
figure out
something,
what's going
avert your
on.
gaze. We don't know what it is, but it might affect
Right.
the eyes.
Right. Yes. And they just stand ready, but they don't see anything either.
She will slowly just kind of pull out her bow as she's just kind of standing there, and she's not gonna look, just I guess for future, like she's not gonna look for anything particular like in the open. She is looking for like shadows on the ground and like movement and like things that are like affecting like in the environment, not looking for figures.
But make a general investigation check. Or
Investigation.
perception, whichever one you want. Perception or investigation. You're looking for movement, right?
Perception, please. Yeah, so
so
any
let's
sort
do
of like
movement. So
shadows or anything like that.
Right.
Oh, natural 19 for a 23.
Right.
Or is that
Most-
19 or 16? 19.
It's pretty good though. Most of what you realize around you here is dead silence, except for the bell going off. So someone must be ringing that bell. But on the opposite side, through one of the windows, you see something moving across one of the windows, but you cannot make it out. But it looks like a figure humanoid of some sort. That's the only thing you can make out, because everything else is quiet and dead. And you can see the smoke as well coming from what looks like inside the building.
Cool. I think that's all I got time for my turn. So.
Right. Drekik. What was your Arcana check?
8.
Right. You're not quite sure what's going on here. You haven't really seen this before in your studies that you can remember at this moment, at least. But he's definitely gone, and healing didn't work for whichever reason.
Don't understand this. And then I'm going to move my way over to where Jean is and start looking around at anything else I can see.
You can make a perception check or investigation check, depending on whichever one you want.
18 on perception.
You see the fire moving as well. You see something inside is probably burning. You can see that the doors are not completely closed. They have been opened and slightly closed, but they're not completely closed. The bell stops ringing, and it seems like the rest of the bells in the city is still going off. But you don't see anything out of the ordinary in the courtyard.
I turn to one of the guards and go, "Where is that bell? We need to get there now."
Well, the bell is up on top of the barracks.
And then I just start heading towards the barracks.
Right. So he's pointing towards the building on the right as you enter. I'd say you moved around, such. I'd say that you can get to the door, and you can push the door open, and you can see that inside it's just like bunk beds, and there's blood everywhere. There's people in their beds that have had their throats slit. There's people on the ground that has had their heads cut off. It's just bloody everywhere, and you can see a staircase leading up to the next floor. This building itself is 3 floors, including the tower. But that's what you can do on your round. Anyway, you cast detect magic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't really pick anything up within your reach. And as you're standing there, these 2 guards run past you and into the courtyard, and as I just explained what they do. But you don't sense any magic within that reach.
Yeah. Can I notice from back noticing the bell tower going down? Can I see if it's real, try and figure out what's going on.
So make a intelligence check.
16.
It looks real to you.
But we can't see what's damaging the.
There's no visible imagery of who did this.
Yeah, and I can't see any invisible creatures.
No. But also from your perspective, you can only really see a few of the dead people on
Outside.
the inside there, because you're still on the outside of the courtroom.
Yeah.
Courtyard.
And so from where I can see, I can't see like people coming out on the roof. I can't see the bell tower. Can I see the bell?
You can see the top of the bell from where you are there, yeah.
And the bell stopped.
The bell stopped, yeah.
And what about the reaction from the rest of the city? Like,
most
the
people
guards
go
running
back
and stuff?
into their houses and they just go in and lock their doors. Every here and there you can see a guard coming running, but it seems like they're scattered and they have been far away from this, but it will take a bit to get there. But they are coming slowly. Because this was the central hub of all of the military within the city.
And the fire is only in the central bit. It doesn't seem like there's action because we're at the Golden Lion barracks, right?
So yes, you're in Golden Lion's barrack there. So there's a house there's a building on the left side and on the right side. The left side is where the barracks is and where the bell tower is. Right side you don't really know. Opposite, you're not quite sure. You went downstairs in some prisons at some point downstairs there as a rat, but other than that, you haven't really been into the top floor there, where it seems like the smoke is coming from.
I'm gonna stay here.
Right. That you?
Yeah.
Right. Sean.
Interesting question was just brought up. Is Derlin with us?
Yes, I'd say that he is. He's with you, but he's standing with Ingwe. I'd say that he's just a little confused. He's staring outside.
Jean sees Drakic head over to the room on the right. Before following suit, Jean's going to turn around. Derlin, stay back. Use range. Avoid eye contact with anything you see that don't look right.
Yep. Gotcha.
Yep. And he's going to tuck into the building where Drakic headed to try run up to the bell.
Right. So you would move past him as he is getting to the door. As you also enter this room, you see people have been killed in their sleep. Some of them have daggers still sticking out of them. It's just blood everywhere, sprays everywhere. It's a mess. You still have a lot of movement, so would you like to use your movement as well as an action to move up to the next floor, or would you see how far you can go just with your normal movement there?
Jean's going to slow just for a brief moment and he's going to try and check the daggers and the weapons that are like embedded in these bodies to see if they look like the guards' own weapons used against them, or if it is just like a simple weapon, or if it's like a particularly crude weapon, or like dwarvish design. Like, do they stand out in any way?
Make an investigation check then.
Better, but crap mod. 11.
It looks like their own weapons. Looks like their own knives and daggers that has been used against them. You don't know if this specific dagger belonged to this specific person, but it's definitely of the make that is belonging within the reach of these guards.
All right. With that, John's gonna just would I still be able to? Would that have been a bonus action or an action to do so?
I'd say that you can move as well if that's what you're after.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If that's the case, just glance at that and then doesn't think it's worth mentioning. Keeps going.
Right. So you go to the next floor, and this is another barrack on the left side, and on the right side there's the bell tower. First thing you notice is left side, dead bodies, killed in their sleep. Some of them looks like they're just being crushed underneath the weight of maybe, I don't know, a weapon that's been hitting them or something like that. It definitely looks like they were surprised and they didn't get a chance. On the right side, you see the bell tower, and you can still kind of hear the bell a little bit, but what you do notice is that there is an individual hanging from the bell tower rope. And he is also eyes white, 7 daggers in his chest, just hanging there.
Yeah. Stay vigilant. This fucking thing is fast. Yeah. Just gotta hold my ground, turn around, keep an eye out basically so that nothing jumps Drekik as he comes up.
But
yeah, that's it.
Cool. Celeste.
The bell tower. Can is that outside? Like, could I see?
It's inside the compound, and you can't see him. Like, it's like a tall tower, and there's a bell up top, but this is a solid structure all the way down until where they are.
Okay.
So the only thing you can see is the bell slightly moving and the rope getting tucked.
All right. Celeste is going to stand there with her bow drawn, kind of holding in case something happens. Still not looking for any figures, but what she's going to do is scan all of the windows and look for like movement or silhouettes or shadows like in the windows that face the courtyard. So she's just looking for like seeing if she can see like where these things are, if there are people in a room somewhere. Like, she's just looking there.
You see one of the doors open on the far other side, and you see another soldier stumble out, but he only has one leg, the other one has been cut off, and he's trying to wake up from shock, but you can see his eyes are already white, and he just falls down the stairs and just lays in the courtyard with the rest of these individuals.
She's not looking through the doorway, she's looking at the foot of the doorway to see if she can see any shadows or movements on the ground where that man just stepped out of.
Doesn't seem like there's any movement that you can see.
I think there's something in this room up here up ahead. She will... she'll just cast message to Jean if he is within 100 feet of her.
Yes.
But,
You
yeah.
also actually know this because you've been in here before. You know that there are 2 houses. Like, the one on the right is where the bell tower is, that's the barracks. The left one is where Logan took you to his office. And on the opposite side, you're not quite sure. You haven't really been in there.
Wait, so which one... Sorry, which one is the one that the guy just came out of?
On the opposite side of you in the big building.
The one that I haven't been in.
Yes.
Okay.
So one of those opens up and an individual falls out.
So as the door opens, she'll like look down at the ground and kind of in a peripheral see this man falling. And then she'll kind of instinctively take a step backwards and then just cast message and just say, Jean, I think it's in the room ahead of me. Someone just stepped out. I think they're dead. And that she'll just hold her ground there. She used her action to cast message, so she'll just stand with her bow, her back to the entranceway, hoping someone sneaks up behind her. Dylan or Ingrid, got it back.
Cool. Drekik, you're up. So Sean scoots past you, and he's standing on the platform above you on the next level, and he looks just as shocked as probably when he entered this room, I think, if not more.
Drekik is going to follow Jean because he doesn't hear Celeste's message.
Yep. So you enter the next platform as well, and you see the same view. Dead bodies, someone hanging from the rope. Blood everywhere. Looks like drag marks. These people were definitely killed in their sleep or surprised before they could get away from whatever this was.
Gosh. Do I see any clues as to where this murderer thing would have gone?
there's blood everywhere. There's footsteps everywhere. It is pretty tricky. You can make a investigation check with disadvantage to try to see if you can figure out what's really going on.
An 8.
There's too many footprints, including your own now. It's too hard to see.
John, I think we should regroup and stay together. And I'm gonna just go back and go find Celeste and Ingwe.
Right. So I say you can move down into the courtyard. You didn't have to move that far to get to the next step. So you can be where you started then. Anyway, what would you like to do?
I'll motion. I'll talk to Derlin and get him to be like, stand over there. I'll watch. Let's make sure we can see all the exits, see what's happening, entrance and exits.
Right.
I think I'm gonna keep. Oh, and so then I'll speak to the sending stones and say, yell out if you need some help. Derlin and I have got your backs.
Right.
We're watching the escape. What is it? What is it? What's going on? Do you need us?
So you're sending him towards the other exit, is that correct?
No. So like, I think I'm just trying to get my. It's like the buildings are in a U shape, right?
Yeah, kind of like a square.
There's a square in the middle, but like we want to be able to. We're staying back out of the courtyard, so that if something jumps out of a window and tries to escape out the back, we can see and shoot it. But also, we can see. So we're the like.
Yes, but there's two exits.
Yeah. So
you're just holding
there's
one.
the main front door, right? But then there's like windows all around. So I think Derlin and I are like next to the front door, but he's on the left side, so you can see the left side of the building, and I can see the right side of the building.
Yep, definitely do that. He takes down an advantage position, and he is definitely ready to shoot whatever comes out.
So I'll have my shield up and have some like components.
Right. So the two guards, they run towards the individual who stumbled out of the door, and they try to help him up, but he's long gone as well. And they drag him away from the door, and one of them just starts crying. He doesn't know what to do. He's just freaking out. He looks like a young guy. He might not have been more than 16, this soldier. The two guards, they're just freaking out. Like one of them, he seems to get a little bit of composure, and then he heads towards the door with his halberd up, and the other one just sits on his knees holding this guy, who seems to be a friend. And that was your turn, right, Ingwe?
Yeah, I'm just watching. I'm trying to use my action to be just like watching, rather than investigating. Everyone else is like looking at close things, and I'm looking at the far things.
Perfect. Sean.
Alright. From up top, where I am, is there a ledge that leads back down to the courtyard?
There's like a little platform. There's a little balcony where the barracks are. You can go from there down.
Yeah.
Or you can go down the stairs again.
Would the balcony be faster to get to the building on the opposite end?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Even if it's a bit high.
There's a platform and then a platform, so you can go that way down if you
Up
want.
down. Assassin's Creed it.
Well, you are Sean, so
yeah.
Right.
Okay. So Jean's going to reply to everyone first. First and foremost, you can reply to the message spell, right? From
Yes.
Celeste? Yeah. Okay. So he's simple. Got it. Gonna turn to Derlin. Yep. Turn to Ingwe's thing, pulling out the stone. Good thinking. Don't know what it is. And then he's gonna hop down. He's taking his arm out of shield mode, and he's pulling out Lysenriol in one hand, so his AC's dropping, but he's getting Lysenriol and the other axe in the other hand, and he's running headstrong towards where the guards are.
Right. So the door that opened?
Yeah, he's going to try and get basically as close as he can to that. If necessary, kick down the door and look inside.
Say the remedy of going from the top one, all that one. I think you can get to the door, and you can kind of peek through the door, but you can't get inside yet with your movement.
Easy.
What you see on the other side is that you can see a foot a little bit further down of someone laying behind something, and see something on the other side. Someone's laying there too. So the room itself that you're looking into looks like a main entry hall. It looks like there's a fancy carpet going through. There's some potted plants that's been knocked over. Some of the paintings have been knocked off the side of the walls. There's bloody footprints on the floor everywhere, and it looks like there's hand marks of people trying to get away. Blood spurts. It's easy to see that this is another massacre, just waiting to be unfolded in front of you.
That leg that I see, it's not detached by chance, is it? It's not the leg.
It's more like someone laying behind, like there's a corner going that way, and you can see the foot sticking out from the corner there. But it could be a decapitated leg. I mean, at this point, you don't know.
Yeah, I can't see that top half. Yeah, no fair. Sean's just running over there, stopping, looking at the situation. That's that.
Right, Celeste, you're up.
Celeste is going to again just look all the windows and the kind of areas like through the doors and see if she can see kind of any movement. She's really just kind of standing in the center of this courtyard with her bow out in case something runs out or in case she sees or hears something happening in a particular direction. She doesn't want to go and just get herself trapped in a room or something somewhere. She's kind of staying in a central position and holding that for now. So she's just looking out.
Right. Make another perception check.
It's a 14 plus 18.
You see a window open further towards the left side of the big building, and you see a little girl crawling out of the window. She looks like she's not injured. She's covered in blood, though, on her clothes, but she looks like she's not injured, and she's crawling through the window, and she just falls out onto
I
the
cast
courtyard.
Featherfall.
Okay. She does not fall. She floats gently to the ground, and as she sees people, she just starts crying. And she's just sitting there, unable to move, rocking back and forth.
Can I do an insight check on this little girl?
You definitely can do an insight check on the little girl. I've done this too much, haven't I? First it was a goblin, now it's a
What's
little
my
girl.
insight? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's
Ding, ding, ding.
22.
She is dead scared for her life and probably has some trauma she needs to unpack.
Alright, I am going to use my movement to go over to her and kind of like bundle her up. I don't know how far away she is.
You can get to her within your movement and such, I'd say.
Yep, so I'll just bundle her up. I've used my action for perception, my movement, and then yeah, I can't bonus action move with her, so I'll just kind of keep her bundled up, kind of like wrap my cloak around her, and then make a move to start heading back, kind of like turning a bit.
Okay. She lets you do anything. She's not there. She's just switched off. She's no longer present. It looks like she's probably like maybe 12, and she's just scared.
Yep. I am trying to give her full cover, bundling her in my cloak.
Can definitely do that. No problem.
Yep.
Next up, Drekik. Sean catapulted himself out over the balcony and onto the next building.
I'm going to go find wherever Celeste went.
Right. So you run back down into the courtyard, and there she very clearly is holding a little girl in her arms.
Did you find someone, Celeste?
She was crawling out the window, she fell.
And Drek's just going to kneel and cast Calm Emotions on the girl.
Definitely helps. She seems to calm down slightly, and she almost seems like she's dozing off from the stress, falling asleep in Celeste's arm.
Sorry, child. I can't let you rest just yet. What did you see? Do you know where they went?
I only heard. I heard fighting. People fighting and screaming everywhere. Just try to hide.
Rest now, little one. We'll get you to safety.
And I look at Celeste and I just nod with like a get her to safety type nod. And then I'll just go further in to try and find out where this thing is.
Right, so you have 3 options of doors. You can go towards the one that Sean is in, or you're about to go into. You can go into the middle one, or you can go into the one towards the far left.
Middle one.
Middle one. Right. So you head to the middle one, and you can push that one open. That looks like a kind of like a common room for the soldiers. You can see that one man has a dagger sticking through his hand, but he's otherwise hanging off the table. Definitely dead. You can see another individual has a floor leg. He has not a floor leg. He has the leg of a stool placed on his throat, like someone has crushed his throat with the stool. And you can see one of the tables that one man has. He must have been standing or sitting next to the table because he has both his legs cut off by the knee and has fallen back onto the table, and his legs still on the ground in the position they were in before, but he is just severed completely. Most of the room has been turned upside down. You can see cut marks, slash marks everywhere. You can see that there's definitely been a fight here. These guys did not go down as easy as whoever was in the barracks. On the far back wall, you can see a head with a spear going through it that is just attached to the wall, but the body is not there. And you can smell the smoke coming from within this compound. And that is how far you can get on your turn. Anyway,
Okay.
you continuing your how should I say, your scouting mission?
Yeah.
Gerlin?
Can I move around to see, like now, particularly now that I've seen the girl come out the window? Can I move around to try and see through the windows?
They are too far up from the outside. So it's more like arrow slits on the outside where you are now. The inside windows are a little bit taller. It's like you go up stairs before you get to that window. So looking into them, you can only see if someone walks right in front of the window.
Yeah, I think I'm going to. Could I try to? Do the windows have like latches? Can I use Mage Hand to try and open a window?
You can try to do that, yeah, if you want to.
Yeah, so I'm going to try and open a window.
Just a random one?
Yeah, just like opposite where the girl came out.
Right. So there's no on that opposite side. There's actually no windows there because that's just a wall. So the main building is in front of you, and then there's 2 buildings on your left and right. You can try to open a window in either of those 2. On the right side, that's the barracks one. Left side, that you don't really know what that is, but that's the one that Celeste knows where Logan's office was, for instance. You can open a door or window there, or you can open another window on the far side.
Nah, I want to try. Like, I want to move forward and open a window. Okay, on the same side that the girl came out, like the next window open,
Yep.
and then move back to try and like get some to look through.
Right.
I know
So-
that I can't. It's not very easy, but
So you cast a spell and you try to open the window,
yeah.
and Siri didn't understand.
Mm.
So he grabs onto the window and it pulls it open, and the window falls off. With it comes a detached hand as well on the other side that seemed to have been slashed off.
Trying to get out.
Yes.
Yep.
And Derlin stays put with his looking out.
Yep.
That's you? Right. So the one guard is still just kneeling with a dead friend, and the other guard is heading in next to Sean. So he's going to follow your initiative, Sean. And it is now your turn.
Alright. How far back are the others from Jean with this whole incident with the girl falling out the window and whatnot?
So Celeste and Drake goes 15 feet to the side, I think.
Okay.
And there's probably 15, 20 feet between you and the next door where Drake is in front of.
Okay.
And then Ingwe is pretty much at the entrance to the courtroom area, but not going in.
Yeah.
Celeste is pretty much in the middle of this courtyard.
Yeah.
Sorry, before John goes, I've also got detect magic up. Am I close enough to anything dead? I'd try to get close enough to anything dead to see if there's a continuing magical effect on.
Right. No, there does not seem to be.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, that's
John.
fine.
No, all good, all good. Okay. With that sort of bearing in mind, Jean is gonna bust on through into that house, into that building. Basically, yeah, just kicking the door, moving on in, and immediately just looking about to see if he can see anything moving, anything unnatural. Yeah.
Nothing unnatural stands out to you. This is a very bloody battle scene. As you come closer into this room, it's almost like a staircase laying down, if that makes sense. Like, comes this way and then it goes like that a few times. And there is a door leading into something else in front of you. And then there is a door to the right side leading into wherever the room Drake is on his way into. In this room itself, there is a small fire in the corner, and it looks like a pile of dead bodies are burning.
And that's in the one leading to where Drakik is headed, right?
That's in the room that you're in. On the
in the room itself.
far end.
Okay.
Yeah, and the guard just throws up immediately next to you. And he just walks outside and starts throwing up again.
Yeah, shit. Sean's gonna move over to the far door, not the one Drakik's heading to, the other one.
Mm-hmm.
And he's gonna try. I assume it's closed.
It is closed, yes.
Yeah. He's gonna try kick that shit in and see what's in on the other side.
You kick in the door and it falls off its hinges. And you, for a second, you're like, that's odd. But then, as the door falls, you notice that there is centimeters thick carving wounds into the door everywhere, like someone has been trying to escape this way by chucking into it with their weapons. And this room itself is a church. It seems like it's some kind of chapel. And there's a few things that stands out to you as you enter this room. At the very far end, there's a balcony where you can walk up both sides, and there's a balcony, and there's an altar below that. From the balcony, there's 5 figures hung. Prince Bastian, his wife, his daughter, his son, and Lorien. On the opposite sides, where the staircase goes up, there's 2 individuals crucified. One is Lady Sasha of the Golden Gauntlet. The other one is Logan. seems like he's been attached to the walls with daggers through his hands and feet. And the same with her. The room is full of maybe 25 guards. And it looks like they have formed a circle around someone or something, and they have all been killed. And you can see that they have gone down hard. This battle has taken everything out of everyone.
Okay.
And behind the altar, which has been desecrated with blood and decapitated heads, you can read out the words, "Hail the Black Legion."
Cool. That wouldn't happen to be written in blood or something, would it?
Yep.
Yep. Thought so. Cool. Just awesome. Sweet. Best. Awesome. Fantastic. I think that's. Is that? I wouldn't have any movement or anything, right? After that, across the room, kicked in
I'd
the
say
door.
go a little further into the room if you want to. You still have more movement speed for that.
I was hoping to go the other way.
Oh, well, you can do that too if you want to.
Yeah. Seeing, like, there's been a lot going on, but seeing all that.
As you do, you see a spurt of blood coming out from Logan's mouth. And a cough.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Alright. Is that like as I take a step back, or once I back out of the room suddenly I see that?
Once you take a step back, he's like...
Alright. Fuck. I'm gonna use whatever I have left to try and get as close as I can to him then. As soon as I see that.
So, you move closer, but you don't quite get there yet.
Yeah. I'm dropping the Senriel where it is, and probably don't even have the action to do this or whatever, but I'm gonna try to pull out a healing potion.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You can definitely do that. Right. Celeste.
So looking at this child, I'm going to, as I've kind of got her bundled up, I'm going to clasp my hands over her eyes and kind of push her face into my chest, and move out of the courtyard towards the entrance, so I can actually take her away from here. I don't know if any of this has happened. I'm just got a child in my arms.
You can definitely get out. I'd say that with the movement you have, she's not weighing that much. She is like no different than carrying a big backpack at this point. She's a very small little child. So I'd say you can definitely move out. And if you want to, you can use your action to move all the way out of the courtyard as well. If that is what you want.
Yeah, I was going to keep like kind of pushing her hair out of her face. I'm going to see if I can find Derlin.
So he's right outside the entrance, and he's just keeping his bow and his wits about him, trying to keep an eye out. You see more of the townsfolk are entering the area now, and some of them see you carrying this child out covered in blood, and they start running towards you to help. And there's some people running with like buckets of water, and more and more guards are slowly appearing in the periphery, heading towards the garrison.
I'm not letting anyone take the girl.
They're not trying to take her from you either, but they are trying to care for her as well, like trying to clean her up and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'll kind of motion to Derlin to like come over.
He backs up towards you and kneels down while he's still keeping his bow up.
Gonna go. She fell out of the window. We need to I need to go back. But can you just make sure nothing touches her?
Sure. And he puts his bow away and he grabs the child and holds it tight as well.
No, don't.
He pulls out his sword on the other hand.
Don't let anyone touch her.
I won't. I got this, Celeste.
And no movement left, I assume, but I'll start making my way back in.
Sure. Tricky. You're at the second door.
And the smell of smoke is stronger in this room.
Stronger. It seems to be coming from one of the adjacent rooms. You have a door right in front of you leading into another room, and then you have a door on your far right leading into the far right corner.
I'm going to go to the far right.
Okay. So you move through this situation, more dead bodies piled up. You kick in the next door. There seems to be probably a room where, if you come and you have any inquiries, this is probably where you would go, like a lobby area kind of thing. There's walls full of mail, little pigeonholes for putting mail for the different people working here, and you can see that's probably maybe 200 in total of these pigeonholes for individuals. There's a counter. At the counter, you see a person that probably would have been sitting behind the counter, but then a sword stabbed through his skull into the base of the table. And he's still sitting in the same position he would have been in the beginning. Slowly sliding down the sword.
Oh. And is the smell of smoke stronger?
It's weaker here.
I'm gonna go to the other room, if I can.
So you move back to where the other door is, and I say that you can kick in the door, and the sight that meets you is the first room that Sean entered. In the corner, you can see flames, legs and arms and bodies in a pile, just burning. Dead people, decapitated legs, limbs, hands, heads. That's what you see.
Is there any water nearby?
There is not in this room. You see, some of the dead soldiers do have their water pouches on them.
Mm-hmm.
So potentially, that could do that.
Can I cast control water on as much water pouches as I can to put out the flames?
You have to open them first and then
Ah,
cast them on there, I believe.
right.
Just have to read one body of water if you want to do that, I think.
Yeah. How big is the flames? Is it burning?
It's like, I don't know, like half a meter. It's pretty big. But it is slightly contained in the sense that most of the interior here is built out of bricks and stone. So if left unattended, it might set the roof on fire, but the room itself would take a lot of heat to break and to start burning severely. But the roof itself is in danger.
Can I do create food and water on the fire? And just let the water ploof?
Sure, I'll let you do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
It fizzles it out slightly. It's
Make a
definitely a
snack.
smaller fire now. Just spray it with juice.
We on it.
I think that's all I can do for now. Yeah, I'm just trying to put this fire out.
So, how bad do you want to put this fire out from 1 to 10?
And
You have a breath weapon.
is it bonus action?
I mean, you haven't really used an action yet. You only used your movement.
Oh, I used the spell.
True, true. I'd allow you to use your breath weapon for this specific instance if you wish.
All right, I will cold breath weapon this thing.
Right, so you pour the water on it and like the best fire extinguisher you've ever seen, fire has died.
Cool. Well, I think that's my turn.
Right. Anyway,
I'm going to pull out my amulet that makes a door, and I'll make a door, and I will say to Dylan, quickly, bring her in here.
what? Why?
Keep her safe.
I think she's safe here though, but sure. And he walks into the doorway.
And then I'm going to wild shape into a polar bear.
Right. You are now a polar bear.
Like, take the door back into the door so that the door's gone. Yeah.
Cool.
And then back into like a position that's quite defensible.
Right.
Like,
so pretty much in the middle.
like, back to the wall. Like you said, there's a place with no windows on it, like a wall. One of the walls has no windows. Yeah. Backing up to that and like just sit down, looking menacing.
Sure. Very well. Sean, you are up as both of the guards are incapacitated because they are scared.
Okay. I am just gonna scream at the top of my lungs. Not actually because there are other people where I am right now, but you know, I'm just gonna scream Drekic's name. Drekic! And I'm running straight to. I'm running straight to Logan.
Cool. I think you were muted there, by the way.
Yeah, I was. I said I was surprised you didn't do that last round.
Right.
I was like, I feel like I've done a lot. I don't know if I can yell as well. I'll do this one.
Right, parkour and everything. Yep. So you kill and you run.
Yeah. As I'm running, sort of healing potion in one hand, pull out the stone in the other hand, and I just call out to the other two through the stone immediately, and I just go, Black Legion, get out, get Derlin safe, and I'm running up to Logan, and I'm gonna try throw this healing potion basically down his throat, like I'm ripping the cork.
Yeah.
And,
you pour it down his throat, and it seems to have effect.
Do you want me to roll for it?
Is full of because you take your action to do so, right?
Yes. Yeah. Sweet. Yeah, you're right. That thing.
So,
right.
that's fine. He has stab wounds, slash wounds everywhere. He has a wound in his throat that seems to have probably been very close to severing his main artery. You can see a large wound from the back. Looks like a stab wound that has gone across his eye from below to up. You can see his armor is completely destroyed with stab wounds, arrows sticking out of it. Everything is just a mess. But he's breathing, and he's slowly regaining a little bit of health because of what you did. So for now, at least, he's not actively dying at the moment. He is, however, still pinned to the wall in a cross-like manner with daggers in his arms and his legs.
And I don't know if I have a bonus action left, or if yelling out, pulling out the stone, all that.
Oh, that's a free action. So you have a bonus action left.
I don't know how much of this I'm going to be able to do in a bonus action. So basically, the very next thing I'm going to be trying to do is basically get him off the wall.
Right.
So I don't know if I can pull, or if that would take me an action, then I'm happy to wait till next turn. But basically, it's just going to try to remove.
You can remove all three of them and take him down slowly as a bonus action. I'd say that's fine.
Gotcha.
There's no immediate danger in this specific situation where I would require you to use more than a bonus action, so that's fine.
Yeah.
You get him
totally
safely on the ground, and you can see tears just coming out of his eyes, and he is just not there. However, his eyes is not white.
Okay.
They are like they normally were. So far, so good.
And yeah.
But he is not quite conscious. He is in a state of shock.
Oh, shock and 100%.
Right.
Yeah. Drakic! Yeah.
Right.
Cool.
Celeste, you probably also hear this scream for Drakic.
And I see Derlin disappear into the amulet with the girl.
You're probably looking the other way at this point because you're focused on getting in there.
Okay. Sure.
I mean, I guess it's right in front of you, so I guess you would probably see that.
I mean, I was handing...
Yeah, you literally were right in front, so yeah, I'd say you saw that, yeah. That's fine.
I look as Ingwe transforms into a polar bear. It's kind of like... And then I'm going to turn and just start running as I hear the scream. Just sprinting towards where that direction is coming from, and where I saw Jean and Drek both enter earlier.
Right. So both of them entered two different doors, but you see one of the guards outside is pointing towards the door that Sean entered, trying to help you, but he's just unable to do anything himself.
I'm going to turn as I'm running past and go to the guard. If you're going to help, then get out.
And you can see that he's just in a state of shock too. He doesn't even know what you're saying right now.
City's finest. And I'll head in as far as my movement will allow.
Right. So I'd say that you can get into the first room where all the dead people are, with decapitated legs, heads on spears, burning body in the corner. You can see Drakik has just turned out the fire, and I think that's as far as he got, yeah. And there's a door open into the next adjoining room, which seems to be something of a more religious temple kind of situation. But you can't quite get in there because of how far you've been running. Unless you want to use your action. I say if you use your action, you can run even further as well.
Yeah, I'll use my action
Right.
to get as far as I can.
So you run into the temple and you see the same vision I described before, with 5 bodies hanging from the balcony. The writing, "Hail the Black Legion," written in blood. A pile of maybe 25 dead people who seems to have had some sort of a hell of a fight in the middle of this church. And Lady Sasha crucified on one side, and Sean helping Logan onto the ground, but still looks like he's breathing at that point.
You're right. What's happened?
I don't know.
Is he breathing?
Barely.
Logan, don't you dare. And I'll bonus action healing word.
Right. How much are you healing him for?
Bonus action, check defeat. Oh, I rolled a 4 on my d4, so that's 8.
Right.
No, plus my spellcasting ability modifier, which is a 3, so that's a 7.
Okay, so he's above 0, above 10 at least as well. So that's good. He is
Success!
stable-ish. You see some of his wounds slowly close. But he's still in a state of shock. He's not... He's just crying. Like, you've never seen him show emotion, in the sense that you haven't met him and talked to him that long. He's always seemed like someone had his shit together, but he's just crying and just holding on at the moment.
Understandable.
Next up is Drakik.
So Drakik is going to hear John scream and instantly stop putting out fires and run straight towards him.
And you also enter this church or this temple, and you see the same sight. Dead people everywhere. And hanging bodies on the opposite end. They don't really mean much to you. You have never met any of these individuals before, but the site itself looks like a battlefield. You've seen horrors like that on the battlefield before. But this is a different scenario altogether.
How fresh does it look?
You can make a medicine check.
Um, 11.
Under an hour.
Okay. I'm going to run up to where Jean is and just... What is it?
I don't know. Logan down. He's breathing barely, but
I'm just gonna wave my hand as I say, "Get out of here!" and bonus action healing word at 3rd level.
Right. So as you heal him do manage to say one word. Aaron.
I hope that means something to someone.
I'm
It-
just immediately
10 points.
noticing.
It was the
Control
name
F,
of
Aaron.
the. It is the first name of the third of those individuals who were knighted on the same night.
That's right.
Guy with the white hair.
Yes.
I think that's about all I can do because I've used my action to look around. Bonus action healing word. So, yep.
Anyway, what are you doing in this moment? That's a polar bear.
So, is there any other? So, there's one soldier that Celeste has sent out of the room. One city guard.
There's two of those city guards in the court yard. Both of them are pretty much incapacitated. They're like not okay.
Oh, then there's dead ones.
No, there's two alive ones, but they're in so much shock that they are pretty much out of the game.
Yeah. So they're looking shell shocked.
And you can see more guards are starting to slowly pour in now towards the different doors. And they look quite surprised at a polar bear in the middle of this entrance with a whole bunch of dead bodies around it. So most of them are drawing their weapons now.
Yeah. So I'm gonna speak telepathically to the guards that came out the building. That are looking shell shocked, and say, "Come here. I'll keep you safe. Form up. Form the wall."
They very reluctantly and confusedly do follow your lead and go towards you.
Yeah.
And as the other guards see them coming close to the polar bear, they back off a little bit. Starts forming a circle around you, and then some of them starts running into the building as well.
Yeah. So I'm gonna keep my back to the wall, not trusting them. If they try and attack me, then I will speak to them.
They don't try to attack you, but they are trying to make sure that you're not attacking anyone else.
Yeah.
For the brevity of this, we are out of initiative. So there's no immediate combat.
I don't believe you.
It's right out of my mouth.
Inside check on the DM.
Well,
5. Ah!
but at least for now, you are not in active combat. But you are in a very macabre scenario. The guard starts pouring in, most of them in shock as they arrive. But they do start helping. They just start carrying people outside, cutting down people who have been hung. Some of them tries to pick up Logan and carry him off as he's being healed by you. But there doesn't seem to be anyone else alive.
What's their reaction to seeing the royalty strung up in here?
They are very much in shock, and you can see that they start reacting, going through the motions that they have been trained to do without their brain being switched on, because they're not quite ready to process what has just happened here. They start carrying people out as they normally would if it was someone else. If it had been a crime scene, try to emotionally detach themselves for a little bit, but you can see that there's a lot of them crying over their friends. A lot of them are confused. They used to live here. This was their home. This is the workplace, and now everyone is dead. One individual that you do notice specifically that enters is a man in very bright purple clothes, blues and purples. He has two, what do you call it? What the hell do you call that weapon? Like a fencing thing. Rapiers. He has two rapiers in bright colors. And he has a captain's hat with a big feather in it. And as he enters, he looks through the situation and he starts giving everyone orders and telling them what to do. And you can see that he is definitely in charge compared to everyone here. And he he approached you eventually after realizing that you're obviously not town's guard. He says, I would say pleasure to meet you, but this is not the right circumstances. What is going on here? Who are you?
I mean, what do you mean what's going on here? We have no idea. We're just as lost as you.
What are you doing in here, then?
We heard the alarms going off and people were stumbling out into the streets, slashed to ribbons. We couldn't just keep walking. We had to see if we could help.
Right. Well, I appreciate you saving this individual, Logan. Thank you for your service.
Is he gonna be okay?
I don't know. I mean, physically maybe, but emotionally, those things tend to have a bit of a sway.
Where would they be taking him?
We'll be taking him to our garrison doctors.
Where is that?
It's where the city hall is.
Okay.
So it's not far.
I want to do an insight check on this guy because Drekik trusts no one in a battlefield.
Right. Go for it.
That pointy fucking feathered hat ain't fooling no one.
20.
Well, he hasn't really said anything that's a lie. He doesn't stand out to you as necessarily someone that is trustworthy, but you're also not quite sure who the fuck this is. Like, he's not dressed in the normal guard's outfit, but somehow he's in charge. So that does seem a little odd. But if it's odd, if you really knew what was going on, you don't know. But for now, there's definitely some odd situation going on here. You see, he's a very dark-skinned man. He has a little mustache, a big hat with a bluish purple feather. Most of his clothes is very bright. And he introduces himself. My name is Langdon Steelsinger. I am, I guess temporarily I'm in charge, I guess. I'm just here to visit a friend, but it seems that this place has been turned upside down and it's my job to make sure that everyone's safe. So I am simply here to, I guess, help.
Like us, I suppose.
Very much like so. I understand that you're probably very stressed and confused at the moment. Do you mind if I have your names so I can have a conversation with you once this all dies down a little bit?
Sean's just
Before we do that, why do the people listen to you?
Because I am in charge here.
You can call us VK Incorporated.
Right.
And you can find us in the silver place. Silver ward, silver stone.
Silver stone. Yep. Right.
Yes.
Just as a precaution, please don't leave the city until I had a conversation with you about this.
Sure. I mean, we weren't planning on going anywhere for a couple of days anyway, so
Perfect.
we literally 10 minutes ago got here. So
Well, it's lucky that you arrived at the time you did.
things like that always seem to be happening around us. We do seem to be very lucky when it comes to timing.
Interesting.
how do you
Please.
put it anyway? The world's happening to us.
I do not mean to be rude, but please, I think I need you to leave this crime scene so we can go through the evidence. We will
If
definitely
you don't,
contact you over the next few days for your statements.
if you don't mind, sir, I'd like to see if anyone else needs healing while I can.
All right. You're more than welcome.
And I'm just gonna start looking through all the corpses everywhere to see if anyone is in even a semblance of being healed.
Sean is
And while doing that, see if I can find clues.
Make an investigation check or a medicine check, depending on which one that you want. And what did you want, Sean? Did you want to help with that, or what?
I was going to say Sean's going to help with looking for bodies. He ain't
Right.
looking for clues, but
Right.
he's just seeing Draco get into the fray. He's immediately
Okay.
right behind him.
So both of you can do a medicine or investigation check, depending on which one you want individually.
I got a 9 in medicine.
Right.
Oh, now the nat 20 comes. Thank you.
Your boy's good at medicine because he had to survive in them woods. 25.
Jesus Christ.
Nice.
I got a nat 19.
Drake, you're still too annoyed by this guy to really pay too much attention. You're trying, but most of the people you find are just like, oh, this one doesn't have a head. Guess I know why he died. This one here has a dagger through the heart. Oh, I guess that makes sense. And Sean, you start rambling through these individuals and you don't find anyone else alive. But you do realize the majority of these people have a stab wound in the back of their head. About dagger size. And then underneath, a little bit of another stab wound, just slightly smaller.
Okay.
So it's like the dagger isn't completely the same. There's something sticking out underneath the dagger.
You noticing this thing, Drake?
And now that he points it out, you can see it too. You pick up the decapitated head, and there's very much a stab wound there.
Just hold it. You notice this?
Yes, definitely decapitated.
And also,
That is a very strange blade that whatever did this.
you realize
in a lot of them.
that Logan also had the same stab wound, but it seemed to have been not perfectly aligned with his skull. He might have been fighting back when it happened, but it has gone around his face instead, across his eye. So he must have fought back while someone tried to do this.
Is the reason their eyes are turning white. Whatever weapon this is.
Jean is immediately just, with that comment to the eyes turning white, immediately just rolling the person over and looking at the face. He's looking for holes underneath the nose.
Nope. No holes underneath the nose. Only the one in the back of the head.
Oh, shit. Oh. I was panicked there for a moment. I thought maybe we'd see similar holes like we've seen elsewhere. I mean, yeah, something's doing this, right? And the eyes don't just turn white upon death. That ain't a normal thing.
No.
Shit.
I have seen battlefields before, but this is a slaughter.
Yeah. This is something beyond.
You can see that Langdon keeps keeping an eye on you while you're in this room. He keeps watching what you're doing and looking away.
I hate to say it, but I don't see anyone else here. Let's moving it all. We've scouted
be
pretty
off.
deep. Let's yeah.
Shall we, should we go see your sister?
Let's make sure everyone's doing all right first, and yeah. March back towards Ingwe and Celeste, and once sort of can see that they're all fine and they're all together and that sort of thing, John's immediately just going to be like, I'm just going to go check on Derwin. I'll meet you guys back in a second. And he's going to go find Derwin.
As you go out, you realize that there is a polar bear in the courtyard No
Holy
signs
shit.
of Derlin, but there is a polar bear.
I've got Dylan with Vartex. He's safe.
Drones with Vortex?
Yeah. Do you want?
Normally, I would not be happy about that, but considering what the hell we were facing, I think he's got better odds there. Yeah. So, who the hell did you... Is that one of the guards?
There's two of the guards next to him.
Oh, I'm pointing at the polar bear.
Oh,
Wait, wait, you're speaking to each other.
Yeah, I'm speaking
right?
to
Yeah,
telepathically.
Yeah.
I'm just like, Igwe's there, polar bear there. What's going on? Yeah, no, okay. Okay. Shit. Yep.
Ingwe, what possessed you to do a polar bear? They can't fit through doors so easy. Come on.
I wasn't so worried about fitting through doors as not getting stabbed.
Can I hear all this?
Only you can hear in your head, so I can speak telepathically.
Okay, yeah.
I'll respond to
and you see that there's a half moon of guards with their weapons ready around this polar bear, and they look really strange at you, seemingly communicating with it.
He's a druid, guys.
Right. Well, please don't summon polar bears in here. That's a little.
He is
odd.
the polar bear.
I am the polar bear.
What?
He is the polar bear.
Right. Please vacate the premise. We have investigation to do.
Yep.
I will immediately start walking out.
And you can see that as you start heading out, Langdon again comes out, stands with his arms crossed in the doorway, just watching you leave.
Can I, as I'm waiting there, I want to, because I've spent a bit of time, just watch the guards coming in and try and work out. Like, I want to pay really close attention to who all the people are and who's in charge. And
You can do a perception check or insight check, depending on which one you want.
And perception. It's very physical. 25.
Right. So one thing you would have noticed before this happened is you did see Langdon arrive.
Yeah.
As he arrives, the guards stop him, and he slaps their hand as they touch him, and he says something to them, and you can't quite make it out because you're not close enough.
Yeah.
But as soon as they understand who he is, they straighten up and they all do immediately what he says.
Yeah, but they're
And then you
not.
start commanding them
He
all.
didn't cast a spell. He
Doesn't look
said,
like it.
This is who I am. I'm an
Yes.
important person. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, looked like he definitely told them off for touching him, and then sent them to do the things.
Yeah, so he wasn't in charge, and then he became in charge by what he said.
They didn't
And
know
then
who he
there's-
was. That's the
Yeah.
sense you get.
Yes, and then there's a normal soldier ranks, and like that's what I'm paying attention to.
Yeah, so it looks like he gave them a rank or something, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, shit, sorry."
Yeah. And then is there anyone that looks like they are don't belong, that they don't fit in with, that they don't smell right? Like,
Not really, no.
Yeah.
They all kind of smell like they've been guards on patrol, some longer than others. Some are younger than others as well. A lot of them don't seem to handle the site that they have just seen too well. They are city guards, but it's more like the police. They're not like soldiers in that sense, that they're used to this level of gore and blood everywhere.
Yeah, but no assassins sneaking. No assassins sneaking out in the.
No, not that you can see. No,
and
no,
the
no one. Nothing seems out of place from the situation you're in.
Yeah.
You don't obviously fully understand like the society, but
Yes.
from what you can see, it doesn't seem odd. It seems to be natural responses and strategic situations that's happening.
Sure.
But you eventually find yourself outside the garrison as the gates are closed behind you.
Well, that was a warm welcome, wasn't it?
Welcome to the big city, Drekik.
I don't like it very much.
No, me neither.
Do you hope Logan's alright?
Does
Yeah.
it concern any of you
Yes.
that there was not a single enemy body in that entire barracks? And I don't think they had enough time to clean up after themselves. Those bodies were there less than an hour.
What was happening while we were there, Drekik?
Yes.
I mean, at least one we know. There's no way that body hanging by the bell could have started the ringing. So someone must have made it there just in time to start. But then, by the time we got to them, like a cruel joke, they'd been hung by the rope.
By the rope that they thought would save them.
It's
I would guess stabbed at the back of the neck.
I don't know about that one, but that figure had 7 daggers in their body. I can't speak about the back of the head, but
Whatever was turning their eyes white was preventing me from saving them. And I don't like that.
There is someone that we can talk to. Ingwe may be able to help decipher what it was that they saw, but I don't think that we should do it now.
I think that little girl, as cruel as it may sound, has more information than she knows.
That's why I thought Ingwe may be able to help if we can ask her questions. He may be able to decipher meaning in what she saw or heard. She can speak.
how do we know we're safe?
We don't. I feel as though
If
the
that
station
barracks is anything to go by, we're
No,
not.
those were people sworn to protect the city. Slaughtered, but
And
why? I mean, I understand, but why were the prince was there with his family?
So
Why?
you know that you've seen him there before, when they're about to hang the bard, hang Mr. Lorien, and you would probably have heard that that's a place that they normally hang out, because he was part of running the guards.
Like, but his entire family though. Like, is that weird?
They had an establishment there in the building you did not go into, where they did from time to time reside. But they also did have their own place, obviously.
Just killed all of them. What was that name that Logan said?
Aaron.
What does that mean?
I don't know, maybe... I mean, the only two things that come to mind is either Aaron got away or Aaron's responsible.
I highly doubt that anyone got away, Sean.
Yeah, that's what worries me. Because they're a decorated member of the Lions Guard, from memory, right? They all got...
They got knighted.
Yeah, on that same night. Oh, this is...
Was that when we first... That night was the first night we came face to face with them, right?
Yep. Which makes me think that they got some sort of setup in the city walls. I don't know if this city runs on a deep sewer line or has catacombs or something beneath, but I think they could very well be hiding within the city right now.
Well, it's not like we can leave for a couple of days anyway, unless we be hunted down by that feather hat man. So,
Yep.
Is it possible for us to go visit a place without being involved in some conspiracy drama thing?
We can
at
hope,
this point,
but
I don't think so.
yeah.
I mean, nothing happened to us at Loch Seabull.
I was completely ready to enjoy sightseeing this place, and now I've seen all the sights I wish to see. And now I want to leave, but I cannot.
I'll put it this way, Drekik, life is never boring.
That is true.
Are you walking and talking, or are you doing this?
Walking
in
and
front?
talking.
Right.
Walking where? I would say aimlessly, but unless someone's got a particular direction.
Well, so
Well, I'm
Ingwe,
following you.
It's
Ingwe,
pretty straightforward
is
from
it-
where you're going now to where you were going, but that's up to you.
So,
Ingwe's a polar bear and is walking to John's family's house. Very
He'll fit right in to the Pantheon stride.
watching out for. He's using smell to try and watch out for invisible creatures, and also still has detect magic up.
Cool. Every now and you'd see individuals walking past you who have some sort of magical item on them or something like that. But there's nothing that seems to be someone is watching you or following you. No invisible creatures either.
Yeah.
Jean would also be trying to guide people away from his sister's place. If he sees sort of Ingwe starting to head that way, he'll be like, Ingwe, I don't know if this is. I don't think we should stay with my sister tonight. We were there, and if they're keeping an eye on us or something, I don't want to put them in any danger.
Okay. Do you know where the Church of Larrick is? Let's go there.
Good idea.
There's also an inn not so far away from where they live. If you wanted to be still close, that's up to you.
As am I. I think Jean is torn whether he wants to go on the opposite side of the city or stay close. But yeah, go to an inn or something. So, would Jean know where the Church of Larrick is within the city?
Probably not, to be honest, because you haven't really traversed much in that sense. It is number 11 on the map. So
Okay.
it is the right in front of where Revolta is, the bottom one there, number 11 on the left side. But you probably wouldn't really know. You haven't really been there specifically looking for churches, but you know that that region is where all the churches are. So in that sense, you have a direction.
Okay.
So Ingwe's going to come out of wild shape when John says don't go home because he's going to try and figure it out. And then say, should I let your son out or keep him safe?
No, please. As much as I worry about what caused all that, I am also in constant concern of Varchek. So
We should go. We need somewhere private.
is there like an alley nearby, or?
Yeah, you can probably find an alley.
Tuck away
You're close to the Pantheon Stride here, so it's like a little bit of a park, in a sense, where all the peacocks and all those fancy birds are.
Let's get over there in the shadow.
Here, and he'll hand the medallion to John, and then the door will open up, and Ingwe's going to go in.
I'm just going to say 1 second before you do that, and I'm going to just cast fog cloud around us.
Right. Sure. Ingwe enters the amulet. Right. Inside you find Derlin with a sword held to Vartik's throat, holding a little girl. Just staying ready. Just don't say a fucking word, buddy. Oh, hey, Ingwe. I met some of your acquaintances here, and I feel like I need to leave.
What? Why have you got a sword? Anyway, yeah.
Just called protection, survival of the fittest.
He's a
That's my boy.
ridiculously powerful being. You're an idiot, mate. Off you go. Get out of here.
He just walks past you with a little girl while still aiming at Vartex with the sword. You can see Vartex is slightly amused by the situation, but just played along with it for now. He smiles. Well, I promise not to hurt anyone, so he's fine.
Dylan, let me talk to the girl before you. If you go out of here, I'll bring her out in a minute.
Oh, he's already gone.
I wouldn't let her take the girl
Right.
out.
Okay.
Will he leave the girl behind?
I'm not gonna leave her in here with him.
Yeah, that's fine. I need to talk to her before we leave.
Okay. But then I'm staying too. I promised Celeste I wouldn't leave her.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not sure if she's safe to be wandering around the city. What's your name, sweetie?
It's Mina.
And who's your family, Mina?
My dad was one of the soldiers at the garrison.
Do I believe her?
You can do an insight check.
22.
Seems to be true.
And she doesn't resemble any of the royal family.
No.
People.
No. She's definitely from common status. You can see that from her clothing as well. It's
Clothes
just
and
not
stuff.
like. She says her name of her dad's name was Anton, and he was one of the soldiers there. And she asked you if you saw where he is.
It's. I didn't see anything. I just watched on the outside.
Right.
Let's go out and see if you can.
Right.
Off you go.
She comes with you, and so does Derlin.
What did you say to Dylan?
I didn't really say anything. You was just surprised that there was someone in here, I think. Don't think you had a lot of heads up, but it's okay, don't worry. We're all friends here.
Yeah, there's some sort of craziness. Anyway, we'll keep you safe. Just be nice to people when they come in. Why
I didn't do anything. It was all him. Maybe he takes after his dad, I don't know.
Swords first, talking later.
Well, maybe you're just running with the wrong crowd anyway, like we talked about. You're much smarter than these individuals. But let's
Anyway,
talk about that later.
I'll talk to you later. And I'll go out.
So as soon as that little girl came out, Celeste would have, like, grabbed her and, like, wrapped her up and kind of, like, picked her up. How old is she? Like 12?
12, yeah.
Yeah. Like, picked her up and kind of, like, rocking her a little bit.
As soon as Derlin comes out, he's like, wow, that was, what the fuck? He looks at one of the peacocks and he's like, what the hell is that?
Before he is able to even do anything else, Jean does exactly what Celeste did to the little girl, basically, to Derlin, minus the rocking, but he just grabs him and pulls him in.
And he does that while he's being held. He's like, what the fuck is that?
Yep, it's fucking weird animals here.
That's... Whoa, weird. Yeah, okay, you can let go now. I'm okay, I wasn't even in there. Are you alright? That looked like it was pretty nasty.
Yeah, I'm fine. You did well. And everything you did really well. And that little fucker inside there, he didn't say anything to you. He wasn't spinning his words or something.
He gave me a fucked up vibe, Dad. Like,
Yeah. Good instincts.
I don't know,
Good
like-
instincts.
you can see he still has his blade in his hand, and there's a little trickle of black on the blade. He looks a little confused, and then he puts it in his sheath.
Yeah, he's He's a wily one, and that's why he's in there. Think of it as like a prison upon circumstance.
Right, but why do you walk around with a weirdo in a fucking chain? That's a
That
little
is that is a
strange.
story that is way too long for now.
Right.
Maybe in a bit.
Can we go see Danica now? I'm getting really tired.
Yep. We're figuring that out. I don't know if it's the best we go to her tonight now. We don't know what that was and if it is. So it's still around watching us or something to that effect.
Alright, I'll keep my eyes out, but I don't see anyone. What?
Yeah.
Oh, that fucking weird bird and that fucking cat over there.
Yeah. Don't worry. You'll see like these things. They look like deer, but they're really tall and spotted. They're also, just a lot of strange stuff here.
Wow. That is the weirdest. Okay, cool.
So,
Feel like we should find a tavern for the night? I
So
don't think any of
Celeste
us are in the
is
right mindset to continue.
like prestidigitationing the girl, kind of getting like dirt off of her, cleaning like the tears from underneath her eyes, and just kind of like wrapping her up in her warm cloak.
Wait.
And then she will not put her down until we get somewhere that is safe.
Perfectly fine. The closest inn you know from here is because you've been there. Is the Silver Tongues. This is where the bards go. It is within the Silverstone district. If you don't want to go to the Silverstone district, there's other options too. But that's the closest one in the current situation. But it doesn't have to be that one.
What do you think, John? Would you rather stay close or keep a distance?
I mean, part of me says stay close in case something happens here, but another part of me says that thing that could happen, it could be because of us staying close.
I feel as though it was going to happen anyway. I don't feel as though it had anything to do with our proximity.
No, but I worry that with us getting out alive, they may not be too fond of that if they did see us.
Let's see if we can find somewhere kind of close to...
Is she sleeping, Celeste?
No, she's not sleeping. I think she's just...
Can she tell us where her home is? Maybe she has a mother.
Yes, but I want to get somewhere safe before I start asking her questions. I want to calm her down a little bit. I don't want to...
Well, I just figure if she knows somewhere where her home is, maybe we can start heading there rather than sort of showing up at a random tavern with a random kid who people may or may not think we've kidnapped.
That's a good point. I feel like she knows so much. I'm worried that she was in there as well. And like what Jean said, if something comes...
True.
I don't want to just leave her.
What if we head to the tavern for now, and then from there we could make our way to her home? Perhaps her mother, hopefully father, is all there, and we can sort of give them a bit of an understanding of what we know of the situation, and in exchange for a sort of conversation with the daughter, trying to figure out what they may have seen, we could see if they'll allow us to stay with them for the night. Maybe we can offer our protection for the evening.
I don't have a mummy. I only have a dad.
Well, that solves that question.
Well, where is your father?
He works at the garrison.
Is he working today?
Yes,
Were you
that's why I
there with
was
him?
there. I was waiting for him to be off work so we could hang out in the garden.
Where do you live,
Drekic's
darling?
We live
Drake's gonna
the,
kneel in front of the child and just put on his kindest, softest face. Just go,
Tragic.
we're just going to go have a little rest, and then going to go try and find your dad.
Okay.
Okay?
We live in Greta Fall.
Grateful.
Do you think we should head back there? See if we can find her house.
I think so. That sounds like. Let's take her home, and wait there
stay
for
with
her
her.
father to come.
Right, we're gonna try to take you home.
Okay. She leads you back towards Greater Fall. Going that way, you do pass by the Golden Lions barracks. There's a few people gathered outside trying to figure out what's going on. You can see that there's a lot more guards stationed around the perimeter.
As we're walking past, I'm going to put my hand over her eyes.
But she does not see anything. You do, however, see something, all four of you. Langdon is standing in the courtyard and navigating these individual soldiers carrying dead bodies, and one by one, they are teleported out of there. You see flashes as they go somewhere else. There's an individual in there in a cloak, seemingly creating small pocket dimensions every time, trying to keep them separate. And once this individual has been expired because he's too tired, another individual takes over. It looks like there's a few of these individuals doing this in there, but he is definitely navigating this. You do see that as you pass by. And you pass by the Halls of Justice, where there is extra guards stationed outside of one of these sections, because that is where the garrison medical facility is, and where you were told that Logan was going. You also do eventually end up in Gretafold, where the little daughter points out her house, and you are met with a locked door.
Okay. Jean, could you take her for a second?
Yep. Well, why don't you spend some time with Uncle John?
I'm gonna kind of like knock a couple times.
No answer.
Could one of you just keep a lookout for me quickly?
You want me to lay some cover?
I'm gonna fuck loud. Take the dragonfly hairpin out of my hair and scoot down and
Make a general sleight of hand check, I guess. Steve's tools check. Normally that's sleight of hand, I think.
I've been rolling well all night. It's gonna fuck me now. I can feel it in my balls.
What?
No, that's an 18! Fuck!
Hey.
God, I have been blessed the past like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Fuck.
Okay.
The
Now that I've
door
said that.
opens within seconds. You can easily unlock it. No problem.
24 total, by the way.
Yep, it's perfectly fine. It's just a general house lock.
We're in.
Yeah. So you open the door into this small house. It's not big. It's probably one living room setting with an adjoining kitchen, and then there's an upstairs level which seems to be a bedroom and a smaller kid's bedroom. And on one of the tables you see a drawing of the little girl and her father. And unfortunately her father was the individual who had been decapitated and had a sword stuck through his skull. Sorry, not decapitated. Had a sword stuck through his skull in the lobby section next door to where she escaped from.
So who saw that? Was it just me that saw that?
Just you.
Yeah.
But you would definitely recognize him.
Yeah.
But no one else knows who this individual is. You didn't see him on your path, but Yeah, that was a lot of bodies. But there's no one there.
I'm gonna open my arms for the girl back. Take her up. I'll take her into the kids' room.
So you pretty much falls asleep immediately. She's
I'm
just
gonna-
too exhausted.
I'm gonna pull out my flute and just play a song of rest and just kind of like stroke her head and her hair and stuff. I'm gonna stay in that room with her while she's sleeping. I'm not. If anyone wants to talk to me, they can ping me. But
Yep.
I'm staying in that room with her.
Cool. What is the rest of you three doing?
Rekik's going to pick up this drawing, and if anyone looks closely, they'll probably see a tear form in his eye.
Yes.
Jean is, as soon as the girl's out of his hand type thing, he's back into defense mode. He is checking the entrances and exits of this house, checking the rooms, checking everything, and he's trying to make sure that everything is sort of locked and secured and things like that.
Okay.
Because,
Make a investigation check.
not good. 6.
You are a little distracted too, but you believe that it is safe.
Okay.
However, you feel uneasy in this house in general. Stress and the trauma that you have just experienced makes you feel tired but not tired. You feel safe but not safe. The same goes for all of you. None of you are feeling safe in here.
I'd like to walk out to the front step and sit down outside. Do I still feel unsafe when I go outside?
Yes. You feel generally unsafe. You feel safe, unsafe, stressed, tired, and fully awake. But you also gather that that feeling comes from your trauma, not from the place.
Can I look, like sitting on the front step, can I see like neighbors that are like weirded out by a furbog sitting on the front step of Aaron's house?
Not really. There's some people who walk by and they look a little funny at you, but there's no one specifically that has an issue. It's not the first furbog they've probably seen in the city.
I'm looking for someone to ask about the little girl. So I'm looking for like the little old lady that looks down the street that,
Right.
you know, someone, not necessarily someone that wants to fight, but someone that's like, ooh, that's weird. Like a local neighbor or...
You kind of look out a little bit and you gather that most of the people living in this area here specifically, they're probably at work at the moment.
Yes.
But there is a chance that when someone comes back from work that they might know what's going on.
Yep.
What about Drekik and Sean?
Once everything seems secure, Sean's gonna basically come back in, head over to Doe, and we're doing our rotations tonight.
Cool.
How are you doing? What you didn't get into it, did you? You didn't see what was really inside.
I saw enough from outside to know that that was not my situation.
Smart.
I felt I would be in the way than helping. At that specific scenario, I'm not quite sure. I'm an outdoors kind of guy. I don't like stuff like that. I'm not a fighter. That's not why I have a bow.
No, I know. Sometimes we're put into situations we don't want to be in, and we have to deal with them as they come. Unfortunately, today was one of those circumstances, but this is why I wanted you to stay outside, and you did really well. I'm incredibly proud of you.
Thanks, Dad.
I think tonight we're gonna need to let everyone rest up a bit, because what was deeper in was something. Yeah, it was something else. So, me and you taking the reins tonight, yeah? We'll alternate 2 hours at a time.
Sure.
Just like when we were hunting out of the woods.
Sure, no problem. I can definitely do that. But anything to help?
Do you want to see if we can find a way up to the roof, get a better vantage point in case we need to?
Sure, let's have a look. There might be a window upstairs.
All right. Drake, we're just going to go make sure everything's all good, see if we can get a spot up to the roof.
All right, John. And John,
Yeah.
there won't be anyone coming back.
Shit. I think this.
So you help each other scope out the place, and you can definitely get out a window and onto the roof if you want to.
Make sure it's all safe and that before heading back in, and then, yeah. Basically, send Derlin up for a bit, have him keep an eye out on top, and give him the sending stone. So whoever's out on the roof has a sending stone, so they can communicate with whoever's inside.
Right, no problem. The
Drakik,
remainder of the... Oh, sorry?
sorry, Drakik is just going to rummage through the kitchen a bit and try and find some sort of knife. And sit down at the table where this drawing of the dad is and take off his necklace, his amulet.
Right.
And he's going to start carving into the amulet.
There you go. Is there anything you're carving into it? Or are you just working on something?
The symbol of Ran in the middle.
Right.
Because it's not there yet.
Right. Over. The remainder of the evening quickly passes. The adrenaline starts wearing off. And you do start feeling safe. It does stop. Anyway, eventually, some neighbors come home. And they seem to know the single dad was living there with his daughter. Is there anything specifically that you want to ask them?
Yeah. So if there's a neighbour, so is this like a soldiers' area? Is it mixed? Or
It's
is it
mixed.
like where? Yeah. So it's just a. Is there any other family? Is there?
Most of them seems to be couples in this area. There's a few families up and down the street, but it's
Oh
not
no,
too much.
that's specifically
Oh,
asking the question
no.
if there's another. If there's
No,
so-
they're not like a family. The neighbors, they're more like individuals or
yeah.
couples.
Do they know anyone? Is there a sister or a cousin? Like a
They
grandmother?
don't know them specifically. They just maybe had dinner with them once or something.
Okay. Well, we don't know the girl very well, but we're gonna stay here and see if we can figure out where she needs to be.
But make a general charisma check.
Yeah, that's gonna do alright. Charisma 19.
Right. Oh, good. They seem to believe what you're saying and seem to understand the situation from what you tell them. But no one seems to know anyone related to the family.
What about who owns the building? Is there like
So
Need
the
to be
building
paid
itself
or-
is owned by the town's guard,
yeah?
and then rented out to the people working there.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I'll just stay awake. I'll probably rest and have a meal sitting by the front door, unless soldiers who are in charge, both within my company and without, tell me what to do.
Right. For the remainder of this, I'd say that you will get at least a short rest to begin with, a long rest if you want one. And I think that's where we'll leave tonight's episode. Sitting in the living room of the recently deceased man with his daughter sleeping in her bed upstairs. There you go. I hope everyone's emotionally okay.
How to traumatize us again.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
It's like an episode of like, okay, that was kind of funny, that was relaxing, followed by
That's destruction.
Well, you have to do the good with the bad, right?
Yeah, it's like we didn't even like get hurt. Like nothing actually happened to us, but we just saw like.
I thought about putting up a battle map for this, because you would have been, every inch of that map would have been scoured, but I felt like not knowing was worse than knowing. So there you go.
Sure,
You muted yourself, Mr. Shore.
Oh, my bad. 100%. I just said the fear of the unknown is the greatest fear of man, right? As that saying goes.
Yeah, like,
yeah.
Well,
guys,
I hope everyone's
we're
emotionally
about to adopt a child.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess. If you want.
Three
like, this
foxes, a leprechaun, a 12-year-old girl, 16-year-old boy. Yeah, let's
just chill out.
yeah.
Like those stories you hear where people end up with goblins on their party and things like that. But it's like super emotional. Like, it's not just, hey, Boblin the Goblin, let's get them aboard. This is like, oh.
By just
Welcome to
collecting
the
like
family.
trauma victims. Like,
Yeah.
hey, we can start our own village soon.
We're just gonna start his own orphanage. No.
At that point,
Well,
that's what we're doing, right? Like building,
Yeah.
going back and building.
Gonna go back to that.
It's alright, Dizzy. We have a magical amulet we can put them in. It's no, it's fine.
Well, just go back to Gradford
Vortex,
and
he's a great guy.
have it pretty.
Oh fuck,
Right.
fucking Vortex.
Well,
Oh, man,
he's a
that
nice
moment.
guy, right?
Oh, yeah, he's in there with a sword to Vartek's throat. I'm just like, that's my boy! That's my boy! Ah! Fucking damn right.
Well, I mean,
I don't think I've ever heard Igwe be that straightforward before. You're a fucking idiot.
Yes.
You're an idiot, mate.
Well, but
Yeah.
both like put a sword to someone's face, and also like super powerful being, like
Oh, he didn't know. He just
the
like
place that he could. Yeah, I get it, right?
Yeah.
Like, but it's also like the place. Even if he wasn't a super powerful being, like Vartek, whoever controls the place, right? So like, just let me go and walk over there for a second. Hole suddenly appears, and you're just falling for the next. Even without being a super magical archfey.
yeah, you literally just put him into a jail cell with this little weirdo and some foxes with all these weird paintings and these creepy ass dolls. And you're like, protect this daughter, protect this girl. Okay, who the fuck is that?
From this guy, or what's going on outside?
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
I really like that dynamic too, where like half of like where you and Celeste are like, no, that he's really dangerous, and Ingwe's like, yeah, this is a safe place, like great, the safest place in the world, round my neck.
Yep.
True. Well, I hope everyone's okay at least. And yeah, should we find someone to raid?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
We got
I put on my
14.
Tom, you've already raided my soul.
19.
I
I save all my good rolls for the. No, actually, I rolled alright actually today.
I rolled so well tonight. Like the first couple rolls, I couldn't get above a 10, and then Dizzy was like, "Cool new dice," and then I rolled a 20 on him, and then I think I rolled above a 15 for the rest of the night.
Well,
I've
I'm
only
sorry
rolled-
that there was no actual combat related to this, but you didn't know
It
that.
felt like it though.
Yeah.
Oh, it was
Dizzy.
really cool.
Yeah.
It's good that you're here and hanging out. I rolled an 8, by the way.
8.
Yeah, 13. Did not
13.
do that 19.
Drekik?
Fun.
Oh. So, Mr. Ingwe, it's you.
What are our options?
Okay, so we have a lot of reruns. Live right now. Here we go. D&D Blender doing Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frost Maiden. There is Eldritch Scribe doing their thing. Kingslayers, episode 16. Sparrowhawk Games, we back with D&D. Yas be the name. There is Dreaded GM doing their thing with Storm King's Thunder. Corsair's Cove doing their thing with Humblewood of Cinder and Souls. And then if we wanted to do something a little different but still D&D themed, there is someone by the name of Mike Moans who seems to be building and painting a Tiamat miniature, which is not, D&D, but it's also D&D.
D&D adjacent?
Yeah.
Tiamat miniature.
Wow.
Yeah.
Miniature.
Ain't no miniature in there.
The thumbnail I've got is just a cat sitting on a table with a bunch of Warhammer paint stuff behind them. But
Yeah, well, that sounds good. Everyone seems pretty excited about that. Let's do that one.
Yeah.
Sure. Cool. Well, thank you everyone for sticking around tonight. I hope it was scary enough, but not scary enough for everyone to need your lights on for tonight. Just when I said that, it became spooky music again. Oh, my
I
little
always sleep with
program
the
is-
lights on. I'll just turn up the brightness.
Very well.
Okay.
Well, thank you everyone for dropping in. I hope you survived. See you all next week. And
Monsters and Raidham in the chat.
Monsters and Raidham. Raidham in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm just gonna keep waiting.